I
We're
will.
here with Fatebreakers Retold, episode 31, with hosted by the Capricorn Demon. They are currently arguing about warlock changes over there, apparently.
I am
Yep.
not
Well,
arguing. Cuddles is arguing, and it's redundant.
You know what? I will capitulate. Maybe I would even if it was just intelligence. I think uh, choosing either intelligence or charisma for a warlock makes sense. How about that? I'll concede that one because
Okay.
Sure.
warlocks are supposed to be the ones to find that fucking spicy lore to get that pact.
my thing is, it makes sense for them to be charisma because usually you are bargaining with a patron to get power. You have to be persuasive. You have to
You don't have
convince
to be.
them that you're worth it.
You don't have to be persuasive. Sometimes they just work that way. In fact, before this was called they were int casters because it's more like you learn from your patron straight up instead of being
Yeah,
given power.
yeah. So it makes sense for intelligence,
By the way,
but it. Plus, what about the warlocks who just they're in the shitter and they're offered a deal?
We can worry about that another time.
Yeah.
I was about to say, what the fuck?
But all in all, fuck bards. Play pieces of performing shit.
Sorry, bro. We
again,
just have talent.
I was supposed to say, I was thinking about honestly playing a bard once.
I
Hello,
know.
Avatar.
I'm just being a
and
little. I'm being a little hater because I want to be.
We
I
know.
like
We
We
bards.
know
know.
you
You're
were
being
being a a hater, hater. or you're being extra. Because what the fuck was the point of the shit?
I don't know. I just liked. I'm just. I have to get
Why
into
do
the
you just
deeper
like arguing for the sake of arguing? I don't understand that argument.
because, like Ink, I just like being a little hater, even if it doesn't make sense.
Oh my fucking gosh! Shut up.
Wow, I can't believe Ink got struck by lightning, guys.
I'm just. I'm just a silly. I'm just a silly little guy.
I don't know.
Oh,
You're
no.
not. I'm gonna castrate you in game.
Oh no.
Huh?
Anywho, back to the
That'd be a
plot.
first. Yes. Anyway, back to the plot. Hello and welcome everybody to session 31 of Fatebreakers Retold. Let's go ahead and kick in with the recap.
Oh boy.
Jesus Christ.
Cap goes re.
Yeah. Also, Cap, I don't know if you saw it, but there's new things with Twitch on certain labels and advertisers.
I wouldn't know that because I haven't streamed in over shit. It's getting close to half a year. Fuck.
Wow.
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 Anyway, recap. Sut, the city of crime. The party have arrived in the Sut and have made it past the large gates that cut off the city and its community from the harsh world on the outside. They begin to look at their surroundings, getting a feel for their new home away from home, eventually finding a tavern called the Emerald where they will be staying for the time being. Knowing that they have they have to contribute to the city, the party speaks with the tavern owner as to where to find work and how to get around to them. The tavern owner, an Earth Genasi with green spots, explains how most work is done at the second level of the city, just above the first level. There are bounty boards all over the market, with the most promising one being by the Adventurers Guild. With that being said, they split up in order to find new work. Arya and Ink go out and experience the restaurant life with how fancy it is. Lovely women serving food and dancing on stage with beautiful music played in the background. The owner asks them if they would like a job as the entertainment, to which Arya agreed when he first offered. Benny goes up to meet with a tiefling elder, highly respected and looking for a head maid after seeing a bounty in the marketplace. She comes across the noble's home, a gated condo, as well as one of the maids, Mystic, greets her and shows her around the place. Eventually, with all formalities set in place, she takes Benny to the master's studies, to which she is greeted by an elderly green tiefling known as Padorf. They share a respectful and admirable conversation, and she finds herself shaking his hand and claiming the job hers. Elsewhere, Maxilon and Brevigir head over to talk with an accountant who works closely with the Bloodspade crime family. Brevigir has chosen to tag along in order to try and come across the mailman of the city, an Alden called Owen. Through an awkward conversation with the accountant, where Max tries to lie and play a part in being a business venture, a small sand cat in the backseat named Sandstorm. The two of them are tipped with where to go and who they will be meeting in order to confront said crime family. At the same time, Owen flies in to deliver Sandstorm his mail, to which Bravika interrupts to know more information on the job. Owen explains he will not be doing the deliveries, but rather he'd be staying in the office and handling the organization and such. The two of them, along with Benny, who they cross paths with, come in front of the fashion depot known as the Rose Bouquet. A lovely array of outfits, all colorful and able to fit any scenario the customers wish to use them for. The three of them are introduced to a flamboyant elf salesman and ask him to take them to the owner of the establishment, who they are here to see, Sammy Rosehorn. The salesman complies and takes the three of them to a back room where Sammy, a flamboyant pink tiefling, poses and models for his seamstresses with new outfit ideas. Max interrupts him, still under his business venture guise, before Sammy cuts him off as he already knows who he is. With a snap of his fingers, guards appear before them and surround the three. The charades are over, and Sammy is curious as to why Max wanted to meet. Simply put, Max admits he wants nothing but to liberate Flargos with the help of the rebel army, with a more controlled law over the continent and have the blood spades come crumbling down with the new regime. Before any brash actions can be taken, Bervigi and Benny step in to speak on behalf of everyone in the party, saying there is no need for any hostility or aggression. Perhaps a mutual benefit can be arranged. With that being said, and Bervigi offering to be an insider when the party chooses to venture into Frostnir, Sammy gives them a card and access to the third level, where they will further discuss business. Now the party prepares to go out and discuss with the Bloodspade crime family.
Yeah. I have been murped.
So yeah, so right now, this all depends on you guys as to like where you wanna. Because last we left off, specifically, you guys were just choosing random outfits to try and get into your best look for this meeting.
I
Yeah, I was.
I have
Unless you want to just cut it and just debrief everybody else.
Yeah,
We
so
do
like,
have to
assuming
debrief Beaker, unless he was here.
Beaker was not with you guys. It was just you, Benny, and Max.
Alrighty, so yeah, we'll have to debrief the others. But yes, I do recall asking for assistance with something that properly wear, and it was on the house, so I'll be doing that.
yeah, again, seeing about snagging an outfit out here.
I will want something with pockets, preferably.
no idea
So
where
you would see
anything.
that there's a good array of suits, very fancy suits, uh, even dress suits or suit dresses, I should say. If anyone does not know what a suit dress looks like, just think of like the Miku outfit.
What? I don't.
That was your first.
I. I don't understand.
A suit with a skirt. That's what I'm saying.
Oh,
Okay,
Yeah,
you
instead
know
of
that's
pants.
just called a lady's dress suit, right?
I was trying to be more descriptive. I didn't think it actually have an actual name.
It's the
Don't
dress
judge me,
suit.
bitch.
I'm currently looking for
Judge.
I guess a three-piece suit or something. I don't know.
Also, suit dress is correct. By the suit dress can
Neko,
be
you will be
correct, by the
dunked
way.
into melted cheese and then being served with breading as like a cat cheese curd.
I don't know what's with your obsession with cheese, dog.
Listen, I used to be a Circle,
I'm
and even
Midwest.
I'm like, what the fuck?
You want cat?
I'm
Do
from
you
the
just want some
Midwest. What do you
cheese?
expect?
I too am from the Midwest.
You need some cheese, boy? Cheese?
Cheese is pretty alright. I'm just gonna.
It's okay.
It is.
Nice smoked cheddar, maybe some Gouda.
I should ask, considering where everyone else is, do you want me to change the music?
No, we can keep it like this for now until I decide to switch it up to Do you guys want to RP? You guys just at least you three trying to grab the suits that you were promised, or do you want to just kind of switch over to just getting with the other party members?
Considering Max isn't here, maybe heading over with the other party members out here.
Yeah, because I, as much as it would be fun for Bravigi to talk, I don't think we usually talk about ourselves that much anyway.
I mean, you guys are gonna have to try and find a way to appease the court. So
Yeah.
That's fine.
whether you want to or not is
What courtroom do we gotta appease?
The crime. You know.
the crime
Never mind.
family, the Spades.
Yeah, it's
I-
the Kremlin.
I mean, I guess
Yeah,
I can ask
I would-
Benny like if she has a game plan.
I'm still with
Well,
Yeah,
Arya. I
so
wouldn't know about
just
that.
to kind of like, I guess, put into perspective, yeah, you guys would probably just return back to, whatchamacallit, return back to the group at the Emerald and then just debrief them as to like what had happened and how the three of you guys almost got killed.
Well, that sounds horrible.
Well, yeah. Long story short, fucking. Oh my lord. Max
Okay,
went on. Max went on and fucking said way more than is even really not just necessary, but even
so
sort of sensible or feasible.
so what you're saying is Max, after, if I remember right, giving his full name, tried to bluff his way with barely any disguise or prep time for this
It's
lie.
it's fine. It's not the. It's just the fucking case that it wasn't well advised, anyways. But that's not the fucking point. The line isn't even the fucking point on that whole end.
Yeah,
It's
the
more
point
so
is we
the
have a meeting with them. They're going to want to discuss business. It's whatever they want us to probably do. I know what they want me to do. It's yeah.
On top of the work we have to get for staying in this frickin' city, you're telling me we have to do work
yeah.
already at a disadvantage.
I mean,
It's fucking fine. It's just that Max fucking mentioned that we're here to fucking destroy their way of life, which is an amazing
What? Well, hold on.
bartering
Hold, what?
bartering sense. It's fine. We're fucking over it right now.
I
Point is,
Okay, from
oh,
now on, don't let Max do the talking.
it's fucking fine. It's fucking fine.
Yes.
We'll have a talk. It's fucking fine. We'll have a talk about that shit later. The point is that we have a meeting with them tonight. We should look nice. Any of y'all have any nice clothing here?
I
Bravig Max
mean,
and I
you're talking.
had the good fortune of being able to snack something, maybe caterers a taste, but want to see what the fuck I suppose they have to offer us and we have to offer them.
I mean, you're talking to the one who always is ready for a nice evening out. So
Well, maybe less so you and more so, yeah, it's kind of like a general gesture to maybe Beaker
are we gonna
a little
have
bit.
to like
He
be?
has like one outfit.
So are we gonna have to be like schmoozing this guy?
Well,
you're gonna have to be nice and be aware that if you say something wrong, you're probably going to be stabbed or worse.
yeah. So it's not just the guy. It's several folks. Remember the folks that run this place?
I can't recall.
Give or take through their connections, power, and this and that. Uh, you say
Oh,
Max ain't allowed to talk, but you also talk a whole lot of fucking shit. So I need you to fucking rein that shit in too.
I can lock in. I
I
actually know what I'm doing.
I don't know about that.
Are you
You haven't shown.
talking to
You haven't shown
I
me?
me.
haven't had a chance.
No. I'm talking to Ink over there.
Okay, you have. Let me put it like this. You have my word. I will actually prove myself and be on my best behavior because we're planning. We're actually putting a plan together. I don't. believe it or not, I know what I'm doing.
Is there anything you guys want to possibly procure in case things go south?
Hmm.
I mean, it shouldn't go south if we're able to play our cards right again. If honestly, if they knew we were here ever since Max gave those guards at the front door his full real name, they could have at
Well,
least gone after us at the start. But it seems that they actually want something.
yeah. Well,
Exactly,
there's
we have
no
leverage.
incredible reason. There's no incredible
Yeah,
reason for them to immediately be after us. I don't.
yeah. They see us probably as useful new tools.
And that's long and short of it is that we can be useful.
And let's just stay that way. I mean, we are in a new environment. Let's not forget about that. So they don't
Yeah,
play by our rules. We play by theirs in the current moment.
Yep,
Yeah,
that's
but
how things work.
I
and
would have.
it's just sort of the case that it ain't. If you think about it, it's not just even if we were for whatever reason able to get the drop on one or a few of them or whatever it is. It's more so we're not winning against the town. We're not winning against an entire town in some sort of situation here.
I had a
Right. I mean,
plan. I had a plan to disguise and ingratiate myself to one of them, but that's kind of well. Maybe I can
It's
salvage it somehow.
well,
I know it's fine,
we can ingratiate ourselves with them anyways by just kind of talking to them at this point.
or I could
We're not.
read their minds.
I would advise
Yeah,
against that.
It is something that folks know you're doing.
I know,
and
but
also
if
certain
I
tieflings do have the ability to at least be self-consciously aware. So do advise against it.
you just have to be careful with it.
Well, no, there's no being
There's
careful
no
with it. If we
being
go,
careful
if,
with whom we're
how
going
many is
to
it?
speak to. You fuck up,
Regardless,
and
Well,
it's all of
if
our lives.
yeah, if it's 6 or 7 of us going on there and one of them can feel something in their mind, why the fuck would we risk that shit? Besides, it's not, we don't have to go and read their mind. We can just ask them what the fuck they want. It ain't that hard.
all right, context matters. I
It
won't
Well,
matters
read
very
their
much so.
minds stupidly. I I was
Incubi,
literally
if if you behave yourself, I promise it'll be worth your while. Because if you don't, I swear I will literally punish you afterwards.
If you don't die first.
If you don't die first.
I
No,
mean,
I meant that to all of you.
Ravigi
you
just
That
die
chuckles
means
and
you
with
die
us.
along with us. You die along with us. You're mortal now too. You know that.
I'm not saying I'm not gonna die.
So
Then
why
why
are
okay,
you
even bring
so
it up
saying
wait,
you
like
were
that?
exempt of the rule?
yeah, maybe this whole death situation, this whole we're all of us dying thing. Okay, things won't go wrong because we'll make sure it ain't go wrong. But assuming something goes wrong, do we have a way out? I'm not a
Yeah,
Ravigi kind of
Hmm.
raises his hand.
I have a way.
Yes.
I
in what's that?
What is it, Bravigi?
Yeah, pretty much. So everyone sound off with their ways out. Is it individual? Can you bring others? And how does it
I
work?
I can try it. It's been a little difficult for me to do so without feeling a strong emotional tie to it. But apparently if I get too mad or some other emotion, I kind of pop darkness around me.
Eh,
Well,
not
hopefully
I
they
exactly a
don't.
way out, but it might be useful.
I I was just thinking brutally slaughter everyone, but hey, darkness
That's
That's
works.
that's
I'm
some stupid,
I'm gonna
some
have
stupid
to
ass
tell
shit. It's
you
not a good idea.
no. You gotta remember where you are.
I know, but it's an option. I didn't say it was good.
It's not even an option exactly. I don't. It doesn't matter if we kill 1 or 2 people, 3 people, 5 people. We're in the middle of a town that has walls.
The way I
Killing
see
folks
it
isn't the
then,
fucking
This whole death thing is
killing
not my
folks in
jam.
general ain't the
Let's stay
fucking
away
ain't
from
the option.
provoking a
I'm looking to
premature
live. I ain't looking to
KIA.
die some stupid victory. I ain't looking to die with some stupid mild victory of killing 1 person for no reason.
all right. Well, the other option we have is maybe having actual leverage against them, like blackmail or something, so they
Eh.
can
How are we
actually.
gonna blackmail a whole crime family? This is also
Oh,
their continent, not ours.
This is also their city.
Yeah, so blackmail, leverage, and all that, I think,
The
isn't
only
really.
leverage we have is they want something from us, so they can't actually kill us unless, we are not useful. So
And unless we
therefore,
give them reason to.
yeah. So therefore, make yourself useful.
That's what. Yeah. Why don't we just stop talking about what might happen? We just focus on what is happening. That's
No, but no. So the what is happening is we're gonna go talk to them, and we need to find out. We need to at least be on the same page on what we're doing. And again, I'm asking for ways out, and I'm not talking. I wasn't asking for if we're gonna kill someone. Darkness ain't exactly a way out, but it might be useful. I know that there's magic to teleport
I
here
mean,
and there. I'm asking if
I
anyone
mean,
has anything.
I can turn invisible.
Lucy, you have that smoke screen, right? I mean, if you try to mold it in a specific area and away from us, we could try and just run out. Might have to
I
fight for a couple guards, but we could do it like that.
I can try, though it is a little tough. I could also technically attempt to try to turn one of them against the other.
I can do. Yeah, we could turn.
Is
Oh,
that crown spell?
Yes, Crown of
That
Madness. Though
yeah,
it's
that would just make them attack each other mindlessly.
well, it
it's
might
a
work on one thing.
distraction.
Yeah, so a bit of a distraction is a good thing to at least know about that we can do, because chaos might be a good way to get out.
I could do one thing that's more subtle, but
And what is that?
I can. My powers have kind of given me the ability to dominate someone,
Okay.
like legitimately control them.
Yeah, more of a fine motor control. All right, same thing. Something to keep in mind. It might not work because, well, whatever the fucking situation, but
Well,
That's not
we don't.
good that I know.
Another thing we don't know is how powerful this court is, how powerful this family is, and I don't mean just by their influence. I mean by, you know,
no, no, yeah, physically and whether or not we'd be able to handle them in a fight. Winning is not the.
is not the objective. Yes, it's for us to escape if we need to be.
But
Why?
yeah,
Why
something with this domination, this crown thing, all that stuff. Something to keep in mind in case we need a bit of chaos to try to get out. It might not work, but it's good to know.
I could shapeshift.
Sure.
I wouldn't know how you would shapeshift. I mean, it'd be kind of dumb for us to like pop either darkness or a smoke screen, and then next thing you know, we just see 6 individuals just so happen to look like different people, but like, oh, where did they come from?
Well, maybe not just like that. More so, I
Bravigi will
suppose
raise
I
his
I
hand.
can I
Bravigi's
yeah
gonna
I
raise his
can't
hand
shift.
again.
Yes,
Yeah,
Braviki.
Ravine?
I can see in my darkness.
That's
Okay.
fine.
Okay, but that's only one of us that could see into your darkness.
The the
I
A bit
can
honest
of
truth
guide
is
you.
you're trying
a bit of
Benny, are you
guiding
trying
might be.
to ask if one of us has like a ace up our sleeves to get us all out? I don't think we
Yeah.
have
So
that
yes, that's what
much.
I'm asking if someone has to get us all out or to ensure that one of you gets out for sure.
I can get out.
I can turn
That's
But how,
invisible.
but that was what I asked earlier, and you didn't fucking answer. How can you get out?
I can control people. I can lie to people. I can turn into
That's
people.
okay, but
Okay,
that's a series
I
of things. That's not a singular action that lets you get
I
out.
think the main question that she's asking is if you specifically, out of all of us, has to get out. Like we're all captured. How are you
Uh-huh.
getting out without without just relying on controlling people? Because if they can counter that, you're in trouble. What other method do you have to get out?
I can pick
I
locks.
don't know, shapeshift into a guard, fool
Okay,
them.
so
What the fuck was that sound?
yeah, so a bunch of subterfuge, a bunch of this and that.
It's yeah,
It's
I don't
yeah,
have
the main thing I was asking was something that's way more surefire. Sure, once you're at the walls, you're on your own, but something to get out of there. It's just what I was asking.
all
At
right,
this point,
be
I have
honest.
a better idea. I have a better idea of what what's
All right,
going on.
all right. Do you have an idea? Then share it, please. Because
No,
there's
it's
no,
it's not that I have an idea. I just wanted to see what people what people were able to do.
yeah.
I could
I
turn
All
you
I'm saying
personally,
invisible.
is, yes, we
I
know.
personally have my own magic, but I don't have anything to sneaky, clever poof on out of here.
What I'm hearing is we all have a bunch of talents, powers, and abilities, but we need something more important: cohesion and teamwork.
Yeah,
Which
I
I
guess.
honest, that's the real problem we all have. We all just kind of act like we're our own thing. Even you, Benny.
No, that's not even the fucking case.
All right, well, I think maybe we should
It's
try working together to pool what we have.
that's
That's
I've been
what we're
I've been
doing, Incubi.
I've been asking these fucking questions for these fucking reasons. So
Yeah,
it's not. It's fine. So better idea of what all of us have. We're not. None of us can guarantee snap our fingers and get on out of there. And even then, that might have a chance of getting stopped either, anyways.
so if we're operating on the fact that they could take care of any magical or psionic
No, no,
abilities.
not any. We're not operating on the fact that they might be able that they can just handle any of that. There's a chance that they might be able to at least interfere with it. So
Uh,
it is what it is. But
I mean,
so
and like I said, me and I guess Lucy can just shapeshift. That's not anything magical or anything. We just do that.
yeah, I think it's magical. I think
Unless they have spells specifically to counter innate things like that, I think we have means. They're just not surefire. And I don't think there's nothing we can do to make a surefire
Hey,
way to
Cap.
escape.
Yeah.
How are the walls constructed around here? Like, is it stone
High.
brick or is it like one smooth stone surface?
It's stone brick.
Planning
Okay. I was
possible escape.
asking because one a potential piece of equipment I have kind of might help with that.
Do you mean like the walls, as in like the
Hello?
walls that surround the city, or the walls of the buildings in this city?
Buildings and walls around the city, yes. Like,
Okay, well, the walls are made out of brick, and then the buildings themselves are a mix of both. Like they use like a clay material to make sure it's like firmly cemented down into the ground.
so you're saying there's possible points to where you could put like pittons or a hook into the wall.
Depending on the building, yeah.
Yeah.
I also fish. I also fish beaker out of the barrel. Beaker.
Yeah.
I pick up beaker. How good at you are jailbreaking? Would you say?
Uh, Beaker looks around and just says, I would say adequate, but I don't have any reason to say I've done it.
it's we're not incriminating Beaker. We're gonna go talk to the folks who run this place.
I'm just asking.
No,
You're. I
Beaker's
put
just
down.
trying to be
Brain
vague
balls.
because he knows he's not supposed to say anything without a gobble lawyer present.
We are.
yeah, listen, we're not here to incriminate nothing, but we're gonna go talk to folks. And not the worst case scenario, but a bad case scenario is that we end up in some kind of fucking prison.
All right.
By
Benny.
the way, enjoy the best map I could find in order to represent Sut.
It's
I
glorious.
mean,
I love it.
if you ever need maps, there is Chepeku. They have hundreds of maps of different types, varieties, even animated ones.
Verbigi's
I
gonna
used
gently poke
one
Benny.
Are you a
for.
sponsor?
Anywho,
Where
I
did you
put
get
down.
this map? I would
I know
love
somebody
to use
somebody
something like
spoke out
this.
for a second. But Also, Beaker, do you have anything nice? Do you have anything nice to wear?
I have this cloak that I got
No, Beaker,
from.
we mean something. We mean something fancy because this is a. Even though they're a crime family, we're also talking to nobles here,
Your organized crime.
organized crime family.
Uh, okay, I'm going to be honest. I have not been paying attention for much for these past few hours. I think my brain's been on the fritz.
Arya's
That
just
is
Listen,
the
smack zone.
excuse I'm giving for the times I wasn't here.
Are
Do
you
you
so
need
I
me
can
to go
Arya's
tell
gonna.
that you
standing on you
haven't.
again?
I,
Yeah,
I think I have something in my satchel. Hold
very.
on.
And it fits in your satchel.
Yeah, I got some fine clothes. They're fancy
Nice.
and tailored.
You
Oh,
just have that.
you just have that.
Yeah, like they came with my
Oh,
equipment. Like above game, it was literally one of the things that came with my starting
Oh, you're
gear.
you're, you're speaking as the player, not speaking as Beaker.
Yeah,
I'm
and
just choosing
and in
role.
and in character, I say I have something in my satchel. I never had a reason to bring it up yet, but I may have acquired an outfit from somewhere.
I forget that the satchel is almost the same size as your stomach.
Hmm. But yeah, this is
yeah.
literally the description it gives.
How heavy is Beaker?
Okay. Well. All right. So
Let's see. According to what this says, I'm 35 pounds.
You're a light fucking robot.
Yeah,
Why do you think
I'm
you're
one of
so
those
Alright.
things you
fast?
can chuck over a wall.
Since since it seems you want to take charge, Benny, I'm just gonna follow your lead.
well, it's not.
I
It's just a bit of It's just a bit of organizing.
And it's
Beaker,
not even
just
like a plan. We like when it comes to the plan, quote unquote, that we're trying to discuss, it's not really much. It's just a backup for us to try and leave in case things go south, in case someone says the wrong thing or does the wrong thing. Example, you trying to invade the mind of someone from a crime family.
I
I have a bottle of numbing
I'm
He's
agent,
trying to do what?
I'm simply talking about invading the mind of a head of a crime family.
and we're
Oh,
telling you
that's
don't.
okay.
I will do mind reading when it's beneficial, not when it's
when
dumb.
when it makes sense, please don't. It's it's not the first option we're doing for any sort of negotiations,
Yeah. It'll be when I deem it necessary to do so.
I suppose. But so
But
But we should all at least be covered, at least in terms of the clothing. And if that's the case, we don't need to actually go out and get any new clothing.
well, I got something nice anyways from the. So I guess just to go over a couple of things and I guess go over what we know. But let me just get you up to speed real quick, Baker. We have a meeting with the folks in charge of this town, give or take. Max started things off fucking wonderfully by telling them that our plan and goal here is to destroy their fucking way of life, so we have to remedy that shit.
They also want me to
And
be an informant in Frostnir.
which is very nice. It's
I mean, I don't
well, no,
honestly see the bad thing about that, considering that you despise your old man. And honestly, it will probably, once we get into Frostney, it'll probably give us more of a reason to try and sneak around.
it's a
I know
it's
how
a
to
win-win ain't the right term because we were gonna be doing. Well, I guess you were gonna be doing that anyways. It's fine.
schmooze nobles. I had to do that all the time.
Incubi, you don't know how to quote unquote schmooze nobles, considering the fact that you've
Arya,
not.
Max is a very special case, and you know it.
Do you know which one is the soup spoon and or the salad fork?
Yes, I'm. Me and Arya were practically trained to be this.
So it's
Different
also in
places,
different
but
different places and different places, different situations. The context might be different. It might be similar. It's good that you know it, but it ain't a surefire thing.
you know
Anyway,
what?
let's just try and be on our best behavior and just see how it plays out. This is also like, I mean, it sounds like a party, but at the same time, this is meant for us and our first meeting with this crime family. So we should at least try and be somewhat civilized if they're going to be civilized with us.
All right.
Also, pro
Exactly.
tip: never go
Well,
anywhere by yourselves. Always have somebody with you,
All right.
yeah, very good advice.
and guard your
Also,
pockets.
So now that
I
we,
can't.
so what we have to do to get out in case shit goes bad, being out on the table, moving that aside, maybe we get a few of our, maybe we get a few of our ducks straight or whatever the fuck the term is. What are we looking for from them? Obviously, working together is best case scenario for what the fuck we're trying to do. But what are we looking for them? What are we looking
Well,
for to get from them?
don't you remember what Zephyr and Zara said? I mean, in Flargos, they might as well be our friends, considering the fact that we're not going to find many good individuals out here. The only good that we'll probably find would be the rebel army that have their intentions set.
And we
Well,
don't know
but
anything about them yet, neither. So,
we know bits and pieces, and that's the thing. But I know that so we want them to be our friends. We want them to be on our side. But is that all we're looking for? Is that all we're going to be asking for?
We
I
might have
Well,
to
what
do
are
honestly,
them
you?
a few favors.
Well,
I
what are
Yeah,
don't.
you
of
going to
course. A
ask?
few favors. Scratch. What's called scratch their back. We scratch theirs. They scratch ours in case the time
I.
comes. But
Well,
I.
I guess to talk of a bargain, like what are we all thinking about, at least individually, Benny?
well, individually, it's kind of become real apparent that we're more or less mercenaries. We all
We all
have
have
our
something we want, yes, but
well,
that's
not
exactly
even
what I.
one, not
But
even
that's
one. I mean, that
exactly what I
we
mean,
can
though.
do.
Hmm.
Yeah, I wasn't even talking about what we want specifically because we can probably figure that out after being friends, quote unquote friends, and figuring out our shit anyways. What we want as a group, we're here to make allies in general. Yeah, that's the goal.
Whatever it gets to
Seems like
takes
a
us
plan.
closer to get us closer to that mage that's on the run. I mean, as we saw from the snakes, this land is slowly starting to get poisoned too.
The mage is on the run.
No.
Yeah, the Mage of
Mage of
Flame,
Darkness.
or
Oh,
sorry, Mage of Darkness. But we also want to.
sorry, I
The
got
rebel army wants to either kill or imprison the Mage of Flame, and we're on our way to try and stop the Mage of Darkness, who is probably here. Last they said.
I,
Hmm.
hey,
Well, if that's the
D,
case, we need to stop burning daylight.
DM.
Yeah,
Does anything about the Mage of Darkness start to ring a bell to Ink or anything that they can remember?
I mean the only thing you can remember is what you already know from what we've covered in Lightera, is that the Mage of Darkness is your mistress, is your teacher, and you are formerly one of her apprentices before you escaped.
Yeah,
You were also a chosen vessel.
I can't remember. I remember only patches and holes, if I remember right. That's what it says in
Okay.
the notes. All right, let's. All right, let's everyone get dressed and just get this done.
Yeah. Yeah,
I
of
mean, to
course.
be fair, they did. I don't think time is necessarily that much of a big issue, considering the fact that they did say meet us for us to meet them tonight. So after sundown, we should
Yeah,
just start getting out.
yeah. We have a few hours to work with, to deal with, and as far as the time crunch, we were more or less ready to be here for a few weeks. So
That's
Mhm.
until we figure out any more information on where the rebel army is coming.
yeah. So
Something tells me they might know.
Well,
or if
so
not, no, at least have a hint of it. Yeah.
well, if we got a couple hours, I need to go find work.
You
So
didn't do that?
I was hoping
Well, we
Arya
were
found
trying to
work.
find work, but then we kind of got distracted off of this one place, and I made friendly with the restaurant owner, and I have a job as a dancer at the local at one of uh, the big
Oh,
spots up in the second floor.
good for
Oh, yeah,
you.
good for you. Yeah.
Barigi just kind of tilts his head.
Okay, well, that works out. I also found myself work here, I guess, in a sense, but we'll see how well that goes with this whole conversation that we're going to be having. That will determine
I was
how the
about to
fuck the
say,
rest of it
didn't you
goes.
say that you were? Didn't you say that your head made in the manner of one of their heads?
Oh, well, someone. It's I don't know. I'll be honest. I don't actually know all the heads are, who all the folks in charge here are.
I mean, none of us do, but from what I've gathered from what you've explained before,
Yeah,
is
it
that
seems like
he's. Yep.
it seems like he's important, but I don't know how. Well, he's important in some way, shape, or form. He's got his influences. I don't exactly know how much though. I don't know how far that extends, and I haven't started working for him, so I can't
Well,
really
if
be
he's
pulling that
older,
string.
he might be the head of the family, and that would be good to be in good graces with.
Well, he
That's
actually
not
doesn't have
always,
a. He doesn't seem to have any family that's in town that's real close.
and that's all. That's also not always the case, Brevigi.
Well,
What do-
I mean, when my grandfather was still alive, I mean, he was at one point head of the clan, but then my father challenged him and took that right.
So does that make you royalty?
No, at least not in a tribal sense.
well, usually with age comes wisdom, regardless.
Mhm.
Mm.
It might. It might.
Hey, Cap.
Met plenty of old ass fools. So there's that. But okay.
Yeah, Beaker.
Could I maybe possibly roll a history check to see if I can remember anything about the nobles in this town?
Sure, roll your history.
Row, row.
All right,
So
Beaker, you're a brain in a jar. You gotta have a good idea one of these days.
Roll your dice.
so
Gently
Lucy,
on
Gently
the
down.
table.
History roll. Actually, before I do this, I'm gonna use my built for success feature because let's be honest, this is probably going to go as well as I expect.
Oh,
Sure, roll 1d4 before rolling the result.
by the way, Cap, I do technically have metal dice. The problem is they're literally the size that they fit on the tip of my index finger.
Ooh, that's a 4. So time to see how well this goes. That makes it a 16 in total.
That's not bad.
That's not bad. Yeah, given your experience being a wanted criminal here in Flargos, you would know that at some point, again, you don't know how old you actually are given your memories, but you would know that the nobles here did mean something to like a almost like a celebrity kind of extent. But as soon as things started going south, especially post War of the Elements, they started picking each other one
Roll,
after
roll,
the
roll
other
your
until
dice.
eventually the
Gently on the table.
tieflings
1 to 20,
immor-
20 to 1.
several
Off that.
tiefling
That's
families
a
emerged
1.
victorious, and they're the ones that now control the majority of the city. There are a few noble families, although smaller, that have a little bit of influence, but not as much. They don't have any sort of political gain or uh, influence. They're just more like standing figures.
Ah, okay. Well, in character, Beaker's gonna go. Well, I suppose the only families of no with that strong influence here are the tiefling ones. Everyone else is usually just a stand-in.
Hmm.
Well, it's definitely a number of families that we're gonna go visit that are tieflings.
there are a lot of tieflings. It just says randomly.
I mean, yeah, I guess.
The War of the Elements did a number on the place. It's not all bad.
Well, we should probably stop dilly-dallying and we should probably just get going.
Agreed.
Alrighty then. So with that being said, you all eventually leave the safe confines of the tavern and you start heading up to the third level. You come across that the gates that separate the second level from the third level. As two guards stand in your way, but then for I believe it was Benny and Bervigi who have the cards. You show the access card that Sammy gave you, and they uh, raise their weapons away from you and let you pass on through. Once you get up to the third level, you do see that it is more of like a private area with much more better quality of buildings as well as supplies. Because the main part about it is that like it's not the smallest level, that belongs to the very last level at the very top, but it's small enough to where it feels more like a public event. And where you're standing in right now is the courtyard, a very large courtyard to where they host public events when they feel like it. Basically, a way for them to let the people know to bask in their glory, that they're the family that has the most influence in the city, but they don't know that they're the ones actually running the shit. They just know that they have the ones with the most power, as well as they're the reason why their city is so rich and thriving.
Oh yeah.
Eventually, you do get confronted by two other guards, and they tell you, "Come with us. We've been expecting your arrival."
Oh yeah. Also, Ink speaks in everyone's head to remind them we can talk in private.
Can you give us at least some warning before you start speaking into everybody's mind?
I'll come with a notice next time.
Upon that, Arya hears in her head from Braviki, warning.
I will kick your balls, and I'll make sure that your salamander girlfriend will never see them again.
You asked for a warning. I gave you a warning.
Come on, we just gotta look. Let
At
Benny
this
do
at
the
this
talking.
moment, Neko, if you want to try to find some music to kind of like fit this scenario of like I guess like a formal
They're gone.
party kind of scene, you could go ahead and do so.
Neko's gone for a bit,
Oh
Yep.
so we
well.
who can find us
There
music?
goes my hero.
There goes my hero. Watch
It's
him
about
as
to.
he goes.
All right, and with that being said, you guys are gonna go ahead and enter the stronghold where the family resides. And the stronghold is massive, as you're taken through yet another smaller courtyard, and eventually inside, to where you see many different family faces throughout the generations, especially the ones that fought during the War of the Elements. And even though it's considered one crime family, there are several different family members from different families from the past. So, with Beaker's History Row, he will tell you that there used to be multiple different families, different clans, but ever since the War of the Elements, they've come to the remaining families come to build a peace treaty and become one singular family in order to support and dominate.
So some a little more like a plan than anything. All
And
right.
eventually, what happened?
Nothing.
You're fine.
Someone was about to speak.
I was just typing. I don't know if you heard it.
No. Were you gonna say something, Carlos?
I was saying, what kind of I could probably find an ambience than
Just think
music.
of like you guys are like with your guys' arrival, they went ahead and like announced to the lower floors that there's like a special event going on. What that event is, they
Oh, I
don't
like this.
this is not really
Thanks.
the vibe I'm looking for. I'm thinking more like in The Godfather where they're in that party and he's all like, "I know it was you, Fredo.
I've never seen The Godfather.
Okay,
You uncultured swine."
you're missing the
It,
required
it, it's on my
recipe.
list of movies.
Have
Actually,
you
no.
seen Scarface at least?
I've seen Scarface.
Okay then.
I hold on. I think I might have actually seen The Godfather, but it was when I was younger, and I think I fell asleep.
I mean that's a back then even those movies were long as shit.
I'm trying to
Okay,
think.
okay. I'm trying here.
Anyway,
Was it the one where like the one kid he's chasing another kid for
How
$20 and
about
the
this
other
one?
guy's like, just leave him alone because it's not worth your time?
How about this one?
I'm waiting for more to be played.
I think this is the Godfather thing.
I definitely can't play that
Oh,
then.
it's just the soundtrack is just so old that it's just very quiet. I had the music bot at 17 and just had to up it up to 34.
We'll go with this.
Everybody at home, just imagine the Godfather waltz, or I don't know, just figure out a way to play it if you want.
It's just go
I
on
can't.
YouTube.
Yeah, I can't do that.
There you go. This is what I got.
No, I do like this. Yep, this is fitting. So you go past a few of the normal civilians that are up here just enjoying a nice party out in the bigger courtyard. And again, you walk through the halls, you come across all the tapestries, all the paintings of the several different family members.
Hmm.
Hold on, doing something real quick.
Do we have pictures?
Of them, no.
Okay.
I look at one of the paintings.
I'm just memorizing directions and looking around
So
for
think of a
exits.
tiefling, at least if you want to look at a picture, I'm going to describe it to you. Think of a tiefling in a Victorian dress. She is she is pink,
All right.
Got it.
but she poses in like that stereotypical like crossing across the like crossing her arms in front of her lap, like, oh, I am so formal and I have all the money,
Hmm.
They just idly say to whoever's next to them, tieflings are here really look more. What's a good word for it?
Regal.
Regal, yeah.
I mean, don't don't be don't start jumping to conclusions yet. We don't know what they are outside of this setting.
Who says that?
Arya. I mean, I'm only speaking on Arya's.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah. It's just tieflings back home. Usually, they lean towards their more infernal heritage willingly.
And now we enter the Bloodspade Court.
Holy shit!
I don't know what you did.
Go ahead and place your tokens. I changed the map.
Boop.
I just see Tales from the Yawning Portal.
Refresh.
Refresh the page.
Now I see it.
Why am I still like saying like my old HP values and shit? I'll change it. Hang on. Ooh.
I
I'll go ahead
recognize
and
that.
help drag out everybody.
I recognize that titty tiefling.
Which one? The red one?
Yeah.
Listen, man, I thought it was a good one to just represent the female tiefling, at least in this scenario.
Is every tiefling in a cap campaign boosty as hell? Discuss.
No, I have some more. I have some moderate ones.
I'll we'll keep an eye out when they actually appear.
Fuck you.
Love you
All
too.
right, so now I'm just missing Beaker. I'll pull out Benny's thing.
I think we should put Benny as the talker this time.
Are you sharing? Is someone sharing screen so that way Benny has an idea of what they're looking at?
I will.
Under
Hold on.
You with us still,
technicality, yes,
Spike?
I'm sharing my screen.
Hold on.
Yeah, but Discord has a delay.
I know.
I joined Roll20 since I'm at the laptop. It's fine. Okay. I still pulled your character out anyway. Zero, are you with us, buddy?
Yes.
Okay. Are you on the Roll20? Oh yeah, you're on the Roll20.
Yeah. I'm in the corner.
You is in the corner.
And
then just for shits and giggles, I'm gonna put out Max, but he's gonna be on timeout and in the back too after his little bravado from the earlier conversation.
Time out time.
I mean, to be fair, in the last session, it was literally both Benny and Braviga that had to step in and be like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa! Let's just calm down before let's not do anything that we don't want to do."
Hold on, not to beat a dead horse, but his rebuttal to being discovered. Nuh-uh.
I don't know who you're talking
I
about.
wish I
I'm not
made
that
this
person.
session.
I ain't gonna lie, that shit made me laugh.
Nuh-uh.
I know who you are. Nuh-uh. The fuck you mean, nuh-uh?
Hero of the war of the elements. Nuh-uh. I'm just an appraiser.
Yeah, I'm just a business praiser. A business praiser. What the fuck?
Business
He could have
appraiser.
at least said that. Yeah, he could have at least said something like more as like, "Oh, I'm an entrepreneur. I invest." He could have at least said that, like, "I'm an investor."
He could have given his real name, but just given a lie to why he was here.
Like a
No,
liquidator or something
no,
like that as well, There's
or
a lot of
liquidator, yeah. But
there's
anyway,
a lot of fancy terms.
Anywho, Benny,
Yep.
I'm gonna be honest, I think it's between us all. I think Benny is the one that should be heading up the talks.
Well, you are
Depends
being
on what
presented,
happens.
so
Yeah, we all.
you are being presented, and they wanted to talk to everybody, so you need to help back Benny up in this case.
I will.
Well, both Benny and Bravigi, considering the fact that Bravigi has a deal with Sammy.
Yeah, but just Benny will tell me telepathically if they need help with something.
All right, so kind of to set the setting. So you walk into a barely, not barely, a fairly lit room where the embers of these these flame cauldrons shine throughout the room, and the stained glass windows on each side of the courtroom kind of mask everything from the outside world as you are being looked upon by several minor family members of the Blood Spades. At least the ones that are sitting within the kind of closer seats towards you guys.
That guy has really blue eyes.
Men and women representatives,
Okay.
as well as guards that just stand ready.
Hey DM, is it cold in here?
Bonk.
Anyway, I'm just going to ignore you. And then one of the guards kind of just chimes his weapon on the ground and goes, All rise for the arrival of the Bloodspade family heads. And arriving from a side room are the several important figures to this family. All of them being spread out based on their rankings. The very bottom rankings, which sit closer to the first level of stairs, are one lavender tiefling right here. As they go Violet Winters of the Winters family. And then an older gentleman that Benny would recognize. The old one, Wisest Padorf of the once great Padorf family. And he takes notice of you, Benny, and your friends. And he kind of gives you a gentle smile, saying, kind of speaking with his lips, but not letting any words come out, to basically say, like, you'll do fine.
And Benny kind of just nods back a little bit. Like, appreciate that he's a friendly old man.
The rest of the family members don't really pay much respect nor attention to these two. But then when it comes to the other five, that's when they all start to look towards the upper court. Piper Azure of the Azure family. And you see a flamboyant purple tiefling smoking a drag of a cigarette. Not looking very
Interested.
Tiana
Oh boy.
Bastion of the Bastion family. A very muscular orange tiefling looking down very menacingly over the other minor family members.
Oh.
Sammy Roseforn of the Roseforn clan. Here is Sammy, of course, looking smug as always.
I was about to say, he looks smug as fuck.
Bratty femboy.
Veronica Ashfell of the Ashfell clan. Here is Veronica, who just kind of meddles with her magic, but more importantly, she has what appears to be a planner, very into her business ventures. And finally, the head of the Bloodspade clan, Cervantes Blackheart of the old Blackheart family.
Time out. Time out. Time out. Time out. Cap,
What?
you absolute fucking narcissist.
I did say I was going to bring in my own shit into this, did I not?
I know, but you will be called out. I love you. I love your characters. I'm just calling it how it is.
And also, this is not really a big role for me. This is probably going to be the only time that I'm going to have any.
I love it. I'm
Okay,
still
then.
gonna say narcissist.
Violet Winters of the Winters family. Wisest Padorf of the Padorf family. Padorf is his last name. You don't know his first name. Piper Azure of the Azure family. That's correct. Tiana Bastion of the Bastion family. Sammy Roseforn of the Roseforn clan. Veronica Ashfell, not tell, so fell like fall, of the Ashfell clan, and then Francis Blackheart of the old Blackheart family.
I hit up.
So only Padorf's name and Veronica's name just need correcting. That's it.
Just asking Arya telepathically. tieflings out here this hot?
I feel like that's harvested. I feel like that's just a double blood thing, but let's not talk about that. That's really not appropriate right now.
I
Hey,
know,
Cap, do I recognize any of the faces?
put away your fetishizing.
Be out here doing that. Stag.
If you want to recognize it, then roll a history. Roll another history.
Come on, Beaker. Pay attention to your blackmailing teacher. 14?
14. Yeah, you do recognize a few of them. You recognize, honestly, you recognize only the ones on the right side of the court. Old man Padorf, again, had much bigger influence way back in his heyday, and you guys were messing with him a lot with just mindless destruction as you visited Sut. Piper Azure is a drug dealer, and of course, knowing Torpedo and whoever else within your old gang, would love a good hit of that koosh, but they ain't gonna pay shit for it. And then Veronica Ashfeld owns many businesses through less than civilized means. And let's just say that there have been more missing persons reports because of her than any other family member here combined.
All right. I'm gonna assume Beaker's disguise came with a hat, and he's gonna just pull it a bit lower over his face. You know, just to blend in better with the background.
Sombrero
Here,
man.
the guard slams his weapon on the ground once more. Heroes of Lytera, step forward into the middle of the court.
Ah! The background! It's failing me!
I mean, heroes is subjective, but
You know what? I'll just stick behind Dink. He draws more attention than Beaker.
I know, just kind of suppressing a bit of a laugh at Heroes of Lytera. It's fine.
God dang it. You know what? This is fine. There's a buffer between me and the right side.
Yes, thank
3
you
And
more.
for
that is
calling me buffer.
And that is when, as you guys step forward into the middle of the court, the minor family members take their seats. But then on top of the podiums, on their respective podiums, that's when the stage turns and it's set on the family heads. Well, it looks like you've taken in my invitation. Hope you're at least enjoying the event we have outside, just in the arrival of the lot of you, says Sammy.
Well, I haven't gotten to enjoy it yet, but do appreciate the invitation. And well, why wouldn't we come by? It's kind of a light nod, just wearing something out of one of Sammy's stores out here. So kind of just, I guess, at least making a point to at least very lightly show it off.
Well, I'm very happy that at least 3 of you are wearing stuff from my outlet. You, Brevigi, right over there. And of course, the reason why we're all here, because somebody has a sharp tongue towards us, Maxalon. And then Maxalon just kind of like begrudgingly looks away for a moment.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Well then, greetings to the lot of you. We've heard of your arrival from the front gates, of course, speaks Cervantes.
okay. I hate to ask this now. Yeah.
Yeah,
Uh,
he shoots his
or
gun.
anyone who's experienced, detect thoughts. If you're just reading surface thoughts, they can't detect that it's you, right? Or is it just any time they get? I forgot.
What are the implications of your mind reading?
God damn it, Ink.
I'm tempted. I just need to know.
If it's just surface thoughts, I will at least give you a pass. But if you linger too long, then they'll know that they're hearing their own
Yep.
voice within their head.
It's within 30 feet
I will
of
at least
you.
give you that little bit of leisure.
Okay, hold on.
Was most on its mind in that moment. As an action, you can either shift your attention to another creature's thoughts or attempt to probe deeper into the same creature's mind. If you probe deeper, the target must make a wisdom saving throw.
So
Okay, then yeah, if you're just reading surface thoughts, then you're fine.
sure, I'm gonna subtle cast or psychic or whatever. You know, the
Do
fucking
your
whatever
sorceress
of
shit.
aberrant mind. Yeah,
Yep.
the aberrant mind thing, detect thoughts. Just surface thought the bosses.
All of them?
Well, let's start with
It's
the fucking twink in the middle.
yeah, the
Okay.
surface thoughts thing is kind of like they kind of become out loud for Ink a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, the gray twink.
Yeah. All right. Go ahead
You
and
might have to
just
move a
or
little closer there, bud.
Sure. I'm just gonna and like a feigning act of just idly looking around while you're talking. I could probably not read the old man, which is
Yep.
thematic. I I don't know why. I like the silver fox man. He has a warm smile.
I did say that, introducing him.
Yes, I know. He's exempt. But the rest, I'm pretty sure now I'm just close enough.
All right. So you want to hear at least, well, within your distance, I think really you can at least hear the top 5, including the one in the middle. So
Yeah. So
is there an order you want to listen to their thoughts?
um whenever they speak, I'll shift direction to whoever's surface thoughts. So I would start with like I said, twink in the middle.
All right.
This fool, this absolute buffoon man.
Well, his surface thoughts are they really showed up, right? Even after they insulted my Sammy. Well, hopefully they have a good reason to stick around then before I decide to either execute or not execute them.
Cool. All right.
So then, Maxalon Company, we've gone off on a pretty rough foot now, haven't we? He says as he holds down to his sword that he has propped in front of him. I mean, you do realize that you're outside of the safe confines of Lytera, and that while in some cases with some members of the Flargonian army have fought alongside Lytera, everybody was an enemy to everybody, as most Flargonians wish to conquer every other piece of land during that time. Hell, even all of our families try to put conquest over small parts of Lytera, even Naturia, just to compete with Frostnir, of course.
Shrugs. Understanding shrug.
Well, yeah, it definitely was. It definitely was the wartime, wasn't it?
Indeed. So then, before we discuss anything further, I do believe that Sammy is owed an apology, as well as for the rest of us, for your little sharp tongue there.
And of course, we are very sorry for how things were worded, not as intended. really in the message, but again, deepest apologies for how the meeting happened.
And
Lucky
honestly,
if we were to have it.
had we known any better, we wouldn't have uh, crossed on such a hurtful note. Respectively, we would have at least made an effort to come with a more civilized approach, like we are now, says Arya. Civilized. And yet, here we are, wondering if we should be rid of you, even though we have heard rumors of a certain mission that the six of you are on, says Veronica.
Hmm. And what rumors might then be? Actually, I am curious to see what folks sort of think about us in our passing.
Any Also, any surface thoughts from Veronica?
She's her surface thoughts are these lot are bad for business. If what that veteran fool in the back is saying is true.
I'm just gonna telepathically tell something. I'm just gonna write it out for Stag, but they're gonna send Ink is gonna send them a thing about what they're hearing and their thoughts.
Piper takes a long drag of their cigarette. We've heard many things, one of them being exactly what Maxlon have said before to Sammy, that being that you're here to dismantle our organization, as well as any other organization within the opposing cities of Flargos, given the new rebel army that's trying to overthrow our Major Flame Iris.
Well, Maxlon said. What Maxlon said is, I can't even say if it's out of context or not, but
It's highly
the
exaggerated.
intention, yeah, the intention is not to come through and bulldoze everything here. Spoken so boldly, bit of a lie. But if I would elaborate on that a little bit, I suppose the more accurate thing to say would be is unless something is done, the way of life here will crumble, with or without us. And that's not a threat. That is just something that's something on the horizon. Since the wheel of the world turns, and well, things are crumbling and changing pretty much all around. And here in good old fiery Flargos, it seems to be just the same. So being here to see if we can help everyone go forward with the coming changes. Yeah.
As you end your sentence, Tiana Bastion, the muscular orange one, slams her muscular arm on her podium, startling the other minor family members within the same level as the rest of you. And that's another rumor we've heard. We've heard of a threat to our organization, albeit a lot of you. Something about an approaching darkness. Something about villages going pitch black. Normally, there'd be fires and torches lighting through certain areas of the desert to indicate life. But those patches have become dark. And not only that, our Warforge and our Artificers are becoming more and more cut off of their abilities as the volcano is slowly starting to die, but at the same time they said that there's a new menacing life to it. She says with a grit in her teeth.
I can
Almost
assure
So-
you we're not the cause of that.
We definitely aren't the cause of that, and that's actually part of the reason that why we're here in Flargos. Well, whatever whatever threat that both the Mage of Darkness and just sort of whatever malevolent forces be at play here threaten not just Flargos, but the rest of the world. So,
Do they know about the Mage of Darkness? I
Well,
thought that
that's
was
what. Well, as you mentioned, Major Darkness. That's when the rest of the court started mumbling to each other. Major Darkness. You know about this? No, I had never heard about this.
all
And you
right.
even see, you even hear, or not hear. You even look at the family heads, and they're like a little bit puzzled as well. But they could kind of piece everything together a bit faster than their minor members.
Ink is going to step up and say, to put it simply, you probably know about the continent in the center of the world, right? Even if
A
you've
few of us
never.
do have a few of us do have some knowledge as to what is the heart of the world. Yes, says
Well,
Cervantes.
if what I'm guessing is happening is right, some thing that was contained there is leaking out, and I'm guessing Flargos is one of the first places that's getting an unhealthy dose of it at once.
Well, that's not entirely true, says Violet, as we do have reports from some of our spies from the other continents that there is also a withering effect happening within the Tree of Life over in Echuria, and there was a blackout within the capital city of Luce in Lytera. She says as she pulls out a scroll.
which honestly, at least for the time being, makes me wonder if there is a warming over in Frostnia, undoing of whatever's been going on, or whatever status quo is. Uh, just to let you all know, as important as you all are here, how many of y'all rely on magic and/or use magic?
Violet, Sammy, Veronica, or actually majority of them except for Padorf and Tiana. So Violet, Sammy, Cervantes, Veronica, and Piper all look a bit worrisome.
So,
Our magic is some of the strongest within our respective clan.
that being the case, and I myself have a bit of magic that I can call forth. Something that we're also made aware of that, for the better or the worse, is that something on the horizon might be either the end or death of magic as we know it.
Or
Again, if things aren't stopped or changed.
or like
That's when the family members start chattering again. The end of magic. Can you believe that? It's like no, I can't imagine a world without magic. What's going to happen
um
to our warforged? What's going to happen to our servants?
corruption, madness, if not death.
Um, above game, didn't we harvest some parts from those snakes?
Yeah, we have blood.
Yeah, you guys did.
Yeah.
I still got
Yeah,
my little blood.
yeah, that could show off like actual proof of it.
Sure. Does Beaker have some of the meaty bits still?
Yeah, I should. Hold on, let's see. Oh yeah. Oh, that's what I put it as. I put
When did you put
snake
it up?
skin jerky.
Snake jerk.
Oh boy.
Snake, just
Snake
corrupted.
skin jerky.
All right. I'm gonna present my own bottle of the black blood extracted from the snake. I'm guessing you've been seeing a lot of this.
Beaker, are you going to present your black snakeskin jerky?
Blurky.
Your blurky?
Blisnarky.
Yeah, but like I'm gonna since we're in the fancy disguise, I'm gonna just pull down the hat further as I hold out the Blurky.
You want me to take that for you?
Yeah, I'm gonna hand it to Incubi and let him present it. He's the expert
Sure.
on this, and that's all the
Alrighty.
reason
Sure.
I'm doing it.
The
They
family members begin mumbling again, like, "What is that? You see that? Like, I haven't seen that before." And then
let
that's when Veronica and Piper look closely at the things in your hand. Is that blood?
Yep. And I guessing the whole of the outer continents are getting doses of it, if not outright transfusions of the stuff. It's going to start infecting, I guess, first the plants and the animals, warp them, cause them to go aggressive and mad. And once people start to get infected, nasty things is what I'm saying. If it doesn't outright.
Cervantes
Oops, sorry.
Cervantes slams or does a little tap tap of his sword on his podium, to which one of the guards approaches you and basically tells you to hand over the stuff to him.
Alright, do so.
You do so, and he goes ahead and takes it over to Pador first, and then it goes basically down the line from him all the way to Cervantes, and then Cervantes lets the other half of the court take a look at the skin and the blood.
That stuff is already dangerous if it's just carelessly consumed or imbibed.
And how do you know
I
so much about this? Says Padorf. Why you appear to be expert in this field.
I've done a bunch of research on it. I might not be a complete scholar, but I think I've gotten enough familiarity to know its effects, what it can do, and what repercussions it causes to people.
And do any of you know what repercussion it does to a person? Because obviously, from what we have here with the bodily pieces here of this skin, this came from a snake. But how do you know what it does to a person? Says
I've
Cervantes.
we've seen it firsthand.
We've
And
seen. I'll go ahead, Benny.
No, no, I didn't say anything.
Oh,
I was gonna say like in like Terra, right?
in
Yes,
Itera, yep.
I feel like everyone's subconsciously looking at ink now.
Well, during our journey in Lytera, we came across a guard, just a innocent boy at first, who was attacked by a corrupted Boule. And when we woke him from his unconsciousness and assessed his injuries, he attacked us. But then this ooze came pouring out of his mouth and his eyes. And he was not himself. He was a crazed madman. We're not sure if he's still like that since we turned him over to the other guards. More mumbling
Mad
amongst the family members.
madness, death, mutation. It's a literal slot machine on what it can do.
needs to
Yeah,
say none of it is good usually.
yeah, it's kind of just a shit show, frankly.
Unconstrained and wild like this with no guidance, it can throw any place into complete chaos. So I think we can at least all agree here that stopping it from going wild before someone really who knows how to use it gets to take advantage is necessary. Oh, sorry. someone who actually knows how to use it proper takes advantage, and then we're all screwed.
The family heads start whispering towards each other. It takes them about a good 5, 8 minutes to discuss before letting Cervantes continue. Even if what you say is all true and the evidence all there, how do we know that that is your purpose for being here today? Because again, we've had our spies and we've had our guards inform us about your involvement with this new army that's assembled in order to change Flargonian ways of life. And ever since the War of the Elements, and ever since our separate clans, our separate families have dwindled and died, we've had to organize and become one in order to keep our power full and slowly emerge it to the strong ford that it once was. How do we know that your
Well,
purpose here is to stop this corruption and not to overthrow us? Considering the fact that if this army is successful in overthrowing Iris, we'd be the ones who take the backlash of the fall.
so
Right.
a couple things is more than one thing can be true, and not to say that is in a negative way towards you. First and foremost, our goal is to stop what essentially is an apocalypse, right? An end of the world, at
Yes.
least the way as we know it, and not just in a minor lifestyle way, but in a catastrophic, fucking horrible way. So, helping out that rebel army would more essentially be a means to an end, since you all came together and organized, and you guys kept your strength that way, right? As you just said. How's Flargos as a whole? Has Flargos come together as a whole? What about the Mage of Fire right now? The Mage of Flames. Is she rallying together the folks, or is she kind of, as far as what I've been aware of, spouting out that, you know, teach their own
And
individual
hosting
pillars of
a
strength here
tournament,
and there?
apparently.
Yeah, and hosting their tournament instead of, well, addressing whatever's going on. You say that if this rebel army comes through and you guys will take the fall, that's only if you're against them, right? We're here looking for friends, and we're here looking for a way to stop all this in the end, and whether or not those friends be someone else or be you all. And honestly, in a sense, if you all maybe put your chips on what might be a better, what might be a safer
Better.
bet for withstanding whatever's about to come or changing the outcome. I don't
We
think the
do.
Mage of Flame currently, as she stands, is going to be much help to anything. And if you guys are aligned with her, then, well, like we said earlier, and like how Max more or less said in kind of a fucking terrible last way, with or without us, this way of life is going to fall. So, just to let you know, we're here to mainly stop that. The other bit is more of a means to an end.
They begin whispering and debating with each other once more. Before a bit time goes by and they go ahead and speak again as Veronica, with a wave of her hand, casts an illusionary magic to make a almost perfect image of Iris. The Mage of Flame Iris is nothing but a narcissist. And honestly, we have no respect, let alone any care to represent for the Mage of Flame. That's when also Piper, with another drag, makes another form of the capital of Flargos, and then as well as other cities within like a Flargonian uh, map that he shapes. we are not a whole unity. The only influence we have is just in our respective city here of Sut, as well as any other place within the other continents that we have negotiation, trade, and business with. Of course, only being Naturia and Lyctera, since, albeit except for our spies, no one else has been able to venture into Frostnir without being killed immediately.
Mm,
And although we do find that it is perhaps a stern conclusion that things should be stronger together than they are apart. The separate crime organizations, this us separate families of the separate cities, will not come to terms, considering all the history that Flargos has gone through, says Paldorf. It's always might above everything else, and that's what's always been the only law here in this land, grunts Tiana. And honestly, it's always the best that strives the furthest. I mean, sure, what you propose is very appealing to us, but what is it to say that what if we just turn the opposite direction and perhaps we strike a deal with this new mage that's appeared to the world? And that's when Veronica extends her scroll. Our spies have told us that although Frostnir is going through much of a change, it's not the change that you speculate. Our spies, unlike the spies that have been sent from Naturia and Lytera, have survived within Frostnir's much crueler conditions, to the point where we have been told that the Mage of Frost and this new mage have actually seen each other, much so be
What?
it that much so that they've discussed between each other.
Ink just suddenly blurts out, "What?"
Yeah, just so that said, that is news to us, and honestly, kind of good to know.
Ink
So
didn't know that.
at th- at this point here,
You weren't supposed to know that.
no one's vying for the Major Flames.
The Major
Either
Flame does
correct,
not represent us. We, as the separate crime families of each city, we represent ourselves. We are the
exactly.
power here of the southern eastern portion of Flargost.
Yeah, you guys done a bang up job here in Sut, and y'all bring up, well, what if you ally yourself with the force that is in the world, essentially?
I have a few ideas of what would happen.
You'd be
Yeah.
slaves.
Well,
They just
I
say
think
that flatly.
honestly,
Sammy
maybe
kind
I
of like
guess
looks. Sammy looks very peeved. Are you calling us
I'm
slaves?
No,
no.
think of it this way. If you had all the power over someone and they were being useful to you, however, if they became a loose end, what do you do?
The Mage of Darkness is a master at making deals that ultimately benefit her in the end. She will never share power. She won't even think to. She'll say whatever she needs to say in order to make sure she gets what she wants.
Exactly. And when you're no longer useful, they'll get rid of you. And trust me, we have seen some of what they can do.
She only ever sees others she works with as tools. And she doesn't mind playing whatever role it takes in order to make sure a tool is used well.
like
Once again, I'll go ahead, Benny.
just saying, it's just kind of a thing. So this Mage of Darkness out here, say she's out here eating to her heart's content, and I'm using that metaphorically. eaten and killing to her heart's content. Once there's no one left to eat besides for those around her, you're back to sort of square one, except without anyone else who was offering a branch. Maybe each other, but there could be more, or could have been more. Like I said, we're here looking for friends. At the end of the day, and I think, at least speaking for myself, I'm someone who would like not to enslave and dominate or destroy, but thrive. Whatever y'all have, folks have their shady deals here and there. But at the end of the day, I'd like to see not just myself alive, but I guess most other folks. Saint can't be sent for, nihilistic tendencies of the darkness.
Neko, are you back? If I saw his mic, oh, that was your mic. Never mind. I'm a dumbass.
I'm a bird.
Anyway, they debate it a little bit more, and then Cervantes speaks. Well, like we said before, your proposal is very, very tempting. Though this is also business. And so far, where majority of this influences the world as a whole, including us, we still want your word that our organization will continue to thrive once this all blows over. Whether it be that you slay Iris first, which, depending on how things play out during your stay here in Flargos, will more than likely happen eventually. Or for some other reason, you confront the major darkness sooner. We still want our entity to exist, and we still
Yeah,
want our way of life to be preserved. With that being
Um,
said, we already have Sammy make a deal with you, Sir Bervigi.
Yes.
Our little informant for whenever they decide to go into Frostnir, considering that he, and from what Violet has reported, is that tiefling right there, which, although be it fellow devilkin, is a Frostniran tiefling. And that's when the other family members begin mumbling again, like a Frostniran, filthy Frostniran. There's enough Frostniran in Flargos.
Ah, it's so tempting to do something.
Rivigi just
Yes,
sighs.
I'm a Frostniran. Yes, of course. Not many of you have decided to leave the confines of your snowy wonderland to venture out into the world. No, but I'm here now, though it was against my will, so.
Same.
And so Violet has told a lot of us. Though, I guess to simply put, if Sir Bervigi there is from Frostnir and his family name has much connection with the Major Frost and able to give us a bit more information and insight to what goes on within our main enemy's continent, then I guess you will also help us in that endeavor. Arya nervously like, yeah, whatever I can do to make good on this deal of ours. That's when they all kind of nod simultaneously.
Rivigi will
Well,
look
that's
at Sammy. You know what
um,
I want at the end of this?
um, yeah.
remind me what you said you wanted in return.
I wanted information on where my father is.
Oh, where? Yeah.
Hey, Cap.
Yeah.
What's the surface thoughts for between the bosses right now?
Right now, the server spots are between every one of them are. This group is very interesting. Really, the spies really done their homework with this run, says Violet. And then, so that was Violet, and then Padorf. So far, they're doing all right. Come on, Benarif, you're almost there.
Wait, hold on. What?
He's being supportive. Damn it! Don't think shit so the way you
I
do.
can.
Bonk.
That's ink thinking that. Okay, it's a little of me. Anywho, they're so they're
Get your
on.
fucking mind out the gutter.
Shut up. I play a whore. So basically, they're on our side.
It's in the landfill. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
All right.
Anywho, so they're on. They're pretty much on our side already.
No, you can't say that
Okay,
because
they're more willing.
you are influencing them as they are showing concern. Like Tiana is like
You guys just crossed by Montenegro? Yeah. From the outside?
Montenegro.
Where is it?
Zero.
Oh, Monday. Right now, we're gonna
Your
have
mic.
It's
Hot
too
mic.
late now.
Apologies, hold on.
Tiana speaks as like, or not speaks. In her mind is like, our whole family being crumbled again. How it just can't be. Not after many years of that long war. Piper. Everything is coming to an end, it seems. Just better find a way to try and just be on the better side of the end. Sammy. As much as I don't like a lot of them, can't help but at least somewhat agree with what they say.
Yardy.
Okay.
Okay.
So
Veronica. So far, their proposal is very positive with what I find. And Cervantes. Just gotta protect the family at all costs, whatever it may take. And so then that's when Cervantes speaks and like, so we already have deal with the Frostneerans here.
I'm open
Because
to
family,
making
fuck
more.
you with the fucking Fast and Furious reference. It wasn't even like that.
okay. Anywho,
Anyway,
all right.
yeah, but
They're going. Of
then
course,
he
I was gonna relay information to Beneth and say what, or and they're gonna say they're probably gonna try and want some from us. What do you want to give them?
well, that's exactly what you say
No, he
to
doesn't.
Benny, but then Cervantes steps in and is all like, so we already have a deal with the Frostneerans, but then the lot of you, or at least some of you, we want to know what you will give to us in return. Maxalon, and then of course you, considering that we know who you are, Benarif Myers. And
Just better. Just
when they
better,
say
by the way.
Just
Veronica
Benny.
Veronica speaks up and she goes, when we address you by full name, it's not to induce venom onto your face. We do understand that you have no, albeit connection to your once noble family. But whether you agree with it or not, that is still your name unless you are chosen a different identity.
Well, the
Rodrigo
different
just
identity I've
smirks.
chosen. The different identity I've chosen is Benrith, I suppose. Until I don't know, true love finds me or something. Whatever it might be that happens. As well as seems you've done a little bit of homework. It seems. I haven't been associated with Myers in any real capacity since Oh, good lord.
They don't need to say your last name. They already know who the fuck you are. You're on wanted posters, damn it.
I was just saying they said it out of respect. That's why Berbigi's just smirking.
Yeah, it's been, well, almost 25 years now, and that's majority of my lifetime at least. But that's neither here nor there. So, as far as what I'm willing to do, give, or kind of my general motives afterwards, I work at a. Right now, I'm doing a whole bunch of other stuff, as you can tell, kind of just gesturing around. And goal of mine is to make sure that the Myers name is gone entirely from pretty much every purview. It could change something, but as long as the folks responsible for that are gone, I'll be happy on that end. But otherwise than that, I work as a tavern. I worked as a tavern maiden, more or less, and would like to go back to kind of a nicer life after all this. Uh, as far as promising that your entity will continue to thrive. Well, if we can be friends here, I like protecting my friends. And say this family y'all have here, this way of life you have here, is in danger, and we happen to be friends. It's in my best interest to help save it, help guard it with what I can do. And that's just what I can do personally. I don't have any huge ties. I don't have any political pull to swing. That's just something personal. And well, that's about it for me. Um, that sound like anything?
Well, if your goal at the end of all this is to destroy what was once your original identity, why don't we make a deal with that?
A deal with that. What? As far as means to destroy it, then? You mean?
As far as it means that at one point your family name, your family, had one of the biggest influences in all of Naturia. But now with the current state that they are heading towards and heavily relying on your newly, at least for you, your newly found out sister, they're slowly crumbling. And if you wish to help in that endeavor, then we will like all the assets that come with that.
Mm,
Yeah,
all the assets ain't really what I'm looking for here, because I think there's a few people that might deserve a few things here and there. Although I think at least a portion of them, I ain't looking to give out something wholesale. Uh, whatever they have left, and honestly, whatever the fuck they're doing is failing, and I think even through little bits, I can go ahead and make whatever's left better. Maybe a few better investments. Uh, so if y'all want to be one of these investments, then from what I pick up from the ashes, or before take from these houses before I burn them down, then I can see myself agreeing to something like that. But since these things are up in the air, I think at least right now, uh, promise for a future agreement. Promise for a future sitting down at a table once everything is made known.
They debate with each other again before they come to a conclusion. We can work with that for a later date. So that is the Frostnearans and you. And of course, we already know what we want out of their Maxilon. We want all Lyteran as well as Naturian, since the two of you are more than close allies. We want our criminal organization away from your prying eyes of the law.
I think we
Hmm.
should wait until. I think we wait until Flunky gets back so she can decide that.
No, I know. So I'm just gonna like, we will save that for another time when Sammy has found some time to forgive you. Sammy's sticking out their tongue.
Is he just the brattiest femboy?
Yep.
Okay, I'm just gonna, just for my own sake, because I gotta try, I'm just gonna have Ink do just a small wink at them. I'm just throwing out the hook, just for the fucking sake of it.
He is not amused. He already has someone, and that someone's in the middle right now.
But I still did it. Anywho,
Yep. Anywho, in
is
the
this gonna?
meantime, I'll
So
think
do
of something
we?
for I'll think of something for Neko when they get back. So the last one is you, Zero. Are you back, by the way? I see you're not muted no more.
Yeah, I'm back.
Do we
Hey, guess
the
what, by the
problem?
way?
What?
Uh, so everybody sees as at least the main heads start to kind of like smile slowly in unison. You see, our business is that we get something in return from everyone, not just as a group, but as well as each of you individually. And with that being said, he taps the his sword on the podium, to which a guard from behind you goes ahead and takes off your hat, and you're revealed.
I mean, it was gonna happen.
That's fucked up. You couldn't even just ask him to do it.
Nope, because they knew that he was just gonna be a little chicken shit.
It's a little fucking shit.
I mean,
Did you
hey,
really,
with
did you really think that you would hide from us, Beaker 1000?
Shit. How dare they pull up the full government name?
which who spoke?
Of course, the head,
Oh,
the
one
main
in the
head.
uh,
Yep,
middle.
Cervantes.
yep.
Well, I mean, at least this is the part where I can be honest. Be Beaker says, apologies, but I had the odd feeling that you wouldn't like seeing me here. Or at all, honestly.
Not seeing you here is very much of an understatement. After all, after all, you understand what it all means now that you've returned to Sut. If you
I
had, go ahead, finish your sentence.
Yeah, Beaker was gonna say, I'm afraid not, honestly. And there's like genuine confusion in Beaker's voice. And he's gonna gesture to like the rather large crack in his head case.
Well, to put it simply, considering the fact that within the old regime, you and the rest of your former gang have made old Paldorf's life hell for business, as well as stolen from my dearest Piper, as well as destroyed many business ventures of dearest Veronica.
Oh.
But considering the fact that you stand here before you, you stand here along with a new crew, one who is willing to make a deal with us, business, where we where had you come alone, we would have at least we would have started disassembling you piece by piece until you were absolutely nothing but a pile of scraps and brain matter. There is nothing for you to give us except your services to us personally. Whatever that may be, we will discuss between the lot of us as punishment for what you've done to this crime family.
Huh. Okay. Hey, Cap, just for funs, can I try to remember if I did anything else to the rest of them?
Make another history.
All
I
right. Oh,
can I help him?
I mean, these are from his personal memories, so
yeah. I
I
mean, you
am the
could at least get the surface sauce to see how deeply their hatred of me is.
yeah. Can I just like
Oh,
stand?
15.
well, he rolled a 15, so he's fine.
All right.
Violet, again, she's a spy. You guys have killed multiple spies that try to find out where your guys' hideout is. Tiana, you guys have fought personally as a crew together, and even though it's always been a standstill, it's always been annoying for her to try and brush you guys off as a threat, even though you guys just are come across as annoyance back then. And then Sammy, because of what was the boss's name again?
Queenie.
Because of Queenie, has stolen multiple pieces of clothing, have left his fashion outlet in disarray.
Okay, so if I'm reading this correctly, Padorf, we caused him chaos. Piper, we stole drugs and didn't pay. Veronica,
You destroyed multiple businesses.
okay. Tiana, we fought to a draw and she hates that. And Sammy, we stole articles of clothing from him.
And Violet, you've killed many of her spies. And overall, every one of their issues becomes Cervantes' issues, considering that he is the leader of this family.
All right, Beaker is just going to go in his head, fuck, I shouldn't have come here at all.
Uh,
If it's all the same to the rest of you, we would like for Beaker to stay behind, if you will so kindly.
I'm not
Oh
moving
boy.
aside.
Listen.
With all due respect, you did just threaten to dismantle my friend.
Uh,
It was
Beaker's gonna
it,
hold
it's-
up a hand and oh,
it was what would have happened had he been here by himself and had our guards dragged him by the pieces that still remained before us personally had dismantled him. But since these are different circumstances, we're willing to compromise.
you're so magnificently generous.
And that finally leads us to you, as Cervantes points to you, Inc. We have no idea what it is that you are or who you are, considering that you are so fascinated and well informed with the heart of the world. When that bit of knowledge, even to the extent that you explain it to be, is not even something that is written within the Flargonian books in any sort of library that we have. So, what it is that you offer to us in exchange for a mutual deal?
I have two wolves in me, Cap. One is to offer up something proper, and the other is to replay the has been hotel pilot and just say, "I can suck your dick." I so
So which
tempted.
one you gotta do?
That's up to you, buddy. I'm not
All
making that
right,
decision for
all right. Well,
You can flip a coin if you need to.
no, I have a better way of doing this. My humble bosses, I am a person of many talents and expertises. I offer them all to you in exchange for a mutually beneficial relationship. If it's knowledge you want, I can give you knowledge. If it's information from rivals or enemies, I can get that. If there's other services that provide, we can certainly have very private discussions on that.
He's getting ready to cast Shocking Grasp on you.
it.
I know, shocking grasp, a smack from the fucking.
It's just, I get pole arm butt smacked, shocking grasp, whatever.
Berbigi and
Let
Ben be
one.
like, shut your ass up.
Yeah.
The point
Anyway,
is, as they bowed to Cervantes very respectfully. The first, I can offer whatever you need of me.
Multi-talented. I see. We all see. And this is the moment where I need everybody to roll me a group persuasion.
Sure.
All right. Let me just
'Cause-
use my business built for success feature again.
We're all rolling
Sure.
it together.
Gonna
Yep.
roll that
Since I
R.
did so, since I did so great just now, do I get advantage?
You're not getting advantage.
You could be so cruel.
That.
Oh,
Hey, that was only
that's
on
a
his
one.
D4.
Oh,
Wait, that's better.
all right. That's a
Please.
24. Oh, no.
Okay, respectable 18. I'll
Wow,
take it.
these guys hate and like me.
Sure.
You're frenemies.
What's a death insult between friends?
All right, Bervigi rolled 18. Kodos rolled 18. Nice. Beaker rolled 23. Nice.
24.
Or
I rolled
24.
my
Yep.
built for six. Yeah. And I got a 1.
All right, let me roll for Max just for the hell of it. And
Actual.
Lucy since Nico's not here.
I love Benny.
Persuasion. Obviously, since they're a bard, it's going to be, yep, just pretty
Jesus
ridiculous. 19.
fuck.
But as a bard, what do you expect?
I know, but goddamn.
Then we got Max.
To think if they were a eloquence bar, they couldn't roll below a 9.
We know, but we're all
Rolled a,
pretty.
rolled a 15.
We all have pretty decent persuasion.
I mean, RNG could have completely fucked you guys over.
Oh yeah,
mean,
trust and
that was,
believe.
yep, that
Yes.
was always a possibility.
But I think we did okay. But you know
And
who
then
didn't
finally,
roll?
Arya
Yes.
rolled a
Oh, they
14.
hate. Okay, they hate fucking Frostnearans here, man. They just hate them.
They're okay with
Yeah,
me.
but with your combined persuasion, they go ahead and you just collectively nod before Paldorf speaks. Now they don't call me Paldorf the Wise of this family for nothing, but Cervantes, Veronica, Piper, Violet, Tiana, Sammy. I do believe that this old man understands what is going on with everything that we've been told. I know that even with the unfortunate start of this introduction between Sammy and Max was a bit of a less than tasteful conversation. We do see that at least they have the best of interest for the benefit of not only the world, but even for us, even if it's not direct. Our organization will thrive. And I am sure that Sir Zerestri will come to his senses for us when the time is right. And they all seem to be more than willing to lend us a hand. And if that is the case, then we should be more than willing to listen to whatever it is that they want for this time being. And that is when each one of them just nods over to the oldest member of the family, Piper dragging off his cigarette. Very well then. I will cast my vote and give the lot of you my support. Veronica fixes her glasses. Aye. Same here. Tiana crosses her arms, but with a more than approving head nod. Violet rolls out a blank scroll and begins writing into it You could kind of guess that it's all your names.
Yeah.
I. Sammy also gives an approving nod. And then Cervantes, with a couple of bumps of his sword onto his podium. Very well done. We have spoken, and I guess during your stay here, you will be not only protected, but this will be the start of a more than beneficial relationship between the Bloodspade family and you, whatever it is that a lot of you call yourselves.
He just kind of chuckles. Yeah, that's something we need to get on with. Though I did have a side question.
And what is that?
I'm kind of still here, and your thing is to, you know, work for the city. So, do any of you have any job listings?
Hey,
Well,
y'all give me a job.
well, and they all kind of like, except for Podorf, they all begin to collectively start trying to hold back laughter. We did hear that someone was wanting to work for a bird.
I was just wanting to
Just the
apply
whole
my
room.
skill set.
Just everyone starts pointing and laughing at Ravigi.
Yep.
Damn,
The
no.
whole room, including the minor members, began to just start laughing.
Damn, no.
All right, yes, very
Fucked up.
funny. Ha ha. Get your laughs out. Like I give a damn.
If it helps,
Uh,
Ravigi is a master at seducing quite the women.
The
I
hell
just
are you
ain't
on
just
about?
put-
My
ain't
skill
I
just
mean,
put-
I
set
don't
is
know. He kind of.
infiltration and lockpicking.
I mean, I
Thank you.
don't know, Bervigi. He does kind of have a point.
What do you mean he has a point?
I mean, it was only what, maybe a couple of hours that we've all met. Whatchamacallit? Hold on.
the hot lizard lady.
Loena?
Yeah, yeah. It was only a couple of hours that we met and began to become familiar with Loena and the other nobles from Lytera, that he just so began infatuated with her.
So yes, my dear bosses, Ravigi is a person of exceptional talent.
You could drop the deer, says Veronica. Just address us with just some respect as bosses. That's it.
Apologies, I'm used to having to embellish people. But I think you'll find all of our skills not wanting.
Well, we will see to it with that. But for the time being, that will conclude this meeting. And with that, he goes ahead and they allow the minor family members to exit the courtroom, which just leaves you guys, the guards, and the seven of them. Now, you lot could either enjoy the rest of your night with the public outside in the larger courthouse, or we can discuss business separately. Although, if you do decide to stay, you will have to wait, as a lot of us have a lot of talking to do with Beaker.
Vervigi looks and just basically he looks at all of them, looks at a chair. You mind if I sit?
All of our minor family members are gone. Don't see why not.
All right. Then I will
I'm
only
just gonna
speak when needed. And he'll take a seat.
I'll stay too. Beaker's my boy now. I gotta protect my boy.
All right, so Bervigi staying, Beaker staying. Who else is staying if they want to speak further with the crime family?
Benny's staying.
All right then. You know what? I guess in that case, I'll let everybody stay for the moment. Again, just wish Nickel was here to give a bit of input, but I don't know what happened. But anyway,
We take
Zero.
we take like a break.
Hello, I'm here to face my reckoning.
Yep. The guards are not even going to give you a chance, as you're going to be lifted up. Since you're such a short ass, you're going to be lifted up from your arms, and they're going to take you to the back.
Like
I take it we're
here
not
or
allowed to follow.
Nope.
have fun.
This won't take long, as the 7 of them begin to pile in.
We want
To
him
pile
back in
into the
one
room.
piece.
And the door closes. And with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and make this more private for the first time, as you and me are going to be dragged over to the DM room.
Fun.
You can at least debate amongst each other.
Oh, I have a few choice words for ink, yes.
What? I was gassing you up.
You know I am more loyal to Leanna, so why would you even offer that?
What offer what? I'm just saying you're a master seducer. That's it. I
Honest,
didn't say you were gonna I didn't say you were gonna sleep with anyone.
I think the implication.
that was your implication, yes.
I was more offering that I would sleep with people, but again, they just minor illusion, an arrow pointing down at them, huge whore.
It is taking a lot out of me right now to not take reconcil a sorry. It's hard to form words whenever you're a little pissed off.
I just God, it's so tempting. They're gonna indulge in the. You want to punish me? Is that it?
Oh my fucking lord.
It's fine. Listen, we got over the biggest hurdle. Let me have this.
I would shock
Only
the
because we did.
ever living hell out of you, but I know you would enjoy it. So, therefore, the biggest punishment I can give you is to derive any potential enjoyment that you could have at the fact of me punishing you. So, therefore, you get
That's
nothing.
you get nothing. Good day, sir.
Yes.
Anyhow, Benny, do you mind if I ask you something?
What is that ink?
That older tiefling man.
Hmm?
That was the guy you said you were working for, right? Now,
Yeah, Elder Pador. Or at least, I suppose in theory, should be leveling up. Or should be working for him starting tomorrow. Lord in the morning. Alright.
how do you how do you feel about him? When you met him, what like vibes did you get from him?
He seemed fine.
Something, call it my paranoia or intuition, but he's way different from the others. And I'm not talking about age or anything.
Hmm?
That was something that was
Just
curious.
beware the person who works in a dangerous possession. Wait, when that's not the. I don't know the saying.
It's beware the old man in a dangerous profession.
I think crime boss is pretty dangerous.
You would be
Yeah,
correct.
well,
The other ones, The other bosses are brash and passionate. They're putting on the airs of youth. Him,
Oh, well,
everything.
I don't know. I feel like we got a relatively all right showing of Swiss personality and amongst these folks. And
They're also all really hot, but that's a regardless
oh my
thing.
fucking lord, for a second, can't you just?
Okay, fine.
Can't you
I'm
just be
just
normal? Or
fine. My point being is, I'm sure I don't have to tell you this, Benny, but just keep an eye on him.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I wasn't gonna fucking.
But it's kind of wild. Are you really gonna basically hand over whatever's left of the Myers to them?
Did you hear what I was saying? Where did you get that from? What I was saying?
Mm,
Benny merely offered
I'm
them whatever they wanted from the ashes. Same with the
No,
Myers.
well.
not whatever they wanted.
That's what they all
Uh,
want, but you know,
well, yeah, but they won't get it if that's what the fuck it's going. They're business folks. They'll have to negotiate. They want parts, bits, and pieces. Then we'll have to negotiate about it. What was open on the table was that I don't know what the fuck I'm recovering from all this because I am just taking everything, as I've stated before, but I don't know what everything entails. So essentially, it was basically a offer of an offer, essentially, offer of we can do business later. That makes sense.
I could at least give them information about the Black Blood. That's easy enough.
Let's not.
Though they're
Mm,
probably gonna start more probing on why I know this.
Exactly.
Yeah, yeah.
You.
If you give too much, if
Yeah.
you show too much of your hand, they'll want to look at more.
You have insights to things that they don't know. Use that. But use it
Hello,
wisely.
I know that I'm only gonna give them bird crumbs. Only enough to help stop corruption, which is sad.
Yeah, well,
As
as
for as for the whole thing with Max, though, I think that's a big ask to essentially say, "Hey, let us have no repercussions of crimes we might commit in your lands."
Well, here's the fine little discussion on that bit. That's if Max could actually identify who the spies are.
Well,
They never said he couldn't do his job. And if he didn't know, he's blissfully unaware. After all, I haven't spotted any spies following us around or watching us. And I'm very observant.
I have.
Oh, really?
And Discord cut out again.
He said, oh, really?
Yeah.
Care to share what they may or may not be wearing or look like?
This wasn't a fact of what they look like, it's what they could be at any given time.
Well, that's rather cryptic.
A spy's whole point is to never be seen or never be recognized. They're not all dark hooded figures that hang behind the corner. Anyone you talk
Squints
to,
at you.
anyone, you know, I would know. I'm a spy.
I am not. I'm more of an infiltrator. I get in and out.
And what's the word for it? I just would infiltrate a different way.
I
The
am
point
highly
being
aware.
is, the point being, from the moment we entered the city, we were being watched.
I figured
They
that
all but
much.
confirmed. I mean, that's just logic, considering the very gate guards report to them. So if you ever want to know who's a spy, just assume everyone is a spy.
Eh. Honestly, I'm just glad we didn't have to fight in some alleyway. I'm kind of tired of people trying to sneak up on me and, well, end my life.
Especially if they're oiled up.
That was the weirdest time that I've ever been. Someone tried to, I don't know, rough me up.
And
I
Discord
do
put
not
out
know why
again.
they did that.
I know. It's just gonna get worse, honey. This place is full of oiled up bodies. Did you see the abs on that one tiefling boss? Did you?
My way
Did
of
you look?
looking at them and your way of looking at them were two different ways of looking at people.
The point is, we're probably gonna get in scuffles in alleys. They're probably gonna use us to do their dirty work.
I'm
They could
used to
probably
doing
try.
various things. I mean, hell, I
know.
used to steal food.
They'll probably have us steal incriminating documents from a politician.
Why would they have us do that when they already own the city?
Could be other politicians. Just extra insurance.
Well, that would
That's
probably
how.
be another city.
Probably.
That's how leverage
We don't
works.
know yet. We simply don't know.
No, we do not. He starts picking his nails with the fucking knife now. He's bored of doing knife tricks.
Don't worry, I'll keep you safe, Vigi.
I'm not worried about you keeping me safe.
I will keep your purity for your fair reptilian maiden.
Okay, at this point, he's shocking grasping you. I'm just gonna tase Ink at this point.
Fine. Alright, do it. Do it, whore.
Do you want me to roll?
Cap's gonna ask, why are you rolling? But that's up to you, dog.
Alright, I'll roll.
I will willingly fail it because you're just giving. Sure. They don't resist at all. They just get shocked, and you get the same moaning reaction.
I know. Roll the damage. See how bad it is.
Yeah, see how bad it is.
Get max damage, please.
Almost.
Almost.
On one dice, at least.
I don't know if it's against TOS to moan on stream.
It could be a little sus.
I'm just gonna say yes.
Yeah.
You shock them. Ink just moans with their tongue lolling out. Oh. I can see why she likes you now.
Oh my fucking lord.
They just once again minor illusion, huge whore over their head. Whatever.
Will you fucking pipe down?
You're the one who shocked me.
That was Bene, not me. Oh no, did I shock you so bad your sense of who is who went out?
I don't know. Did you always have 3 eyes?
No.
How long has it been since you've checked your black blood?
Mine doesn't mutate me.
Well, I don't know if that's the case. You're like twice the height you were, so that's
Yeah, you did mutate. It just was subtle. Well,
fucking subtle.
I grew a whole two
you know,
feet overnight. It was very painful.
that
He was
is,
this, yeah, he was this tall. That ain't no subtle.
yeah, that's subtle for the black blood. That's like minor mutations.
Well, other than
I'm
that, I've
talking
been
about
normal.
I'm talking about tongues on your eye, or
No,
eyes in on your tongue, or
no.
little vestigial limbs.
Looks at his hands and feet. No,
Yeah, maybe it's because you weren't born in a place practically saturated in stuff.
I
But
don't know where I was born.
who knows? The point is, maybe you just got fucking lucky and didn't get the dying strain.
I mean, I am apparently protected by a god.
Aren't
Well, goddess.
shouldn't we all be so lucky? They do get a little bitter about that.
What?
How nice. I mean, you're probably, if you got a god looking after you, you're probably not gonna die from it.
They look at all goblinoids, Inc. That's what was explained to me.
Well,
I'm apparently
well,
just interesting.
well, then you're fine then. Meanwhile, I have to worry about a new tentacle sprouting out where I definitely don't want one.
Well, I mean, maybe if you would stop calling them false gods, you would have more open relations.
I gave up on the false gods thing. They're just pathetic gods now.
Yeah, you'd kind of be an idiot to fucking call them false gods. They're definitely gods. They just it's
I never
whatever.
even call I never even called them false. I just called them traitors.
No, you did call them false. You out
Yeah,
here
you
fucking
called them
saying that
traitors
shit
and
like
false.
I think you're
you say that shit once a
extrapolating.
week.
You extrapolated false because I call the other ones true gods.
No, it's not an extrapolation. You just called them for real, false gods.
And I never remember saying that, and I must have been maybe high when I did.
What
So
a
we will not.
sentence to come back into.
Either way, it's fucking stupid.
Whatever. The point is, a lot of the gods, except maybe, and this is a
You
big
can shut up.
maybe, Gala. I want to talk. Shut up.
Yeah,
All
Bravigi's
right.
gotta put in your head, shut up.
All right.
They don't
So
know
as you
about
guys are
that.
waiting, Beaker as well as the guards come back out, and he very slowly and begrudgingly walks over to you guys to sit next to y'all.
I'm guessing it went swimmingly, Beaker.
You are in one piece.
They're not
Yeah.
gonna kill me at the moment.
Well, that's what we were hoping for, good buddy.
I need to steal something for them.
I'm happy to help you, good buddy.
I'm a pirate lord.
Which one?
Happy to help you, good buddy.
Which one?
The brutal orc dick told you about before we entered the city.
Oh.
The one that was a brutal monster.
Oh.
Happy to. They just minor illusion, a little ink sitting next to you. Happy to help, good buddy.
Well,
Ink
And then that's when
figure gives ink the small ink a thumbs up.
and that's
I'm
when
not.
the guard speaks up. All right, who will want to speak with the blood spade heads next?
I
And
mean,
uh, this is where I'm gonna hop off for the night.
Good
Alrighty.
night. Good night,
All right, buddy.
Zero.
We're just kind of wrapping up last minute details, but thank you
I
for
love
sticking around for this debate.
I
Yep.
Speaker Zero, I love you.
Love you, buddy.
Love you, buddies. Have a good night,
Breeze.
all.
Gotta look
You
out.
too.
Stag, tell him you
Everybody.
love him.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Bruh.
Bruh.
All right,
Wow.
who is next to speak with them?
Alright.
Have you
I don't
decided
care.
who is going to go next if you guys are
I
going
didn't
by an
know
order?
I didn't know we were gonna have private interviews. I thought it was just Beaker. So who
Well, you guys
wants?
wanted to talk to them, so might as well just get it out the way.
Fine, fuck it. Who actually needs to go to bed out of character soonest?
I don't.
All right,
Benny,
fine.
Stag, you're really the only other one here that is able to speak since Neko's away.
I mean,
Well-
Arya could speak if she wanted to.
Yeah, but then that kind of be redundant for me.
I know.
'cause it's just me.
I'm
Why the fuck?
fucking with you.
Why the fuck would I just go to my to the DM room by myself and be like, "Oh, how you doing? Oh, howdy doody."
I would love that. That's something you should stream. You should have that on your own stream. Just appear and then they have to go to the other channel to hear it. That would be hilarious. Anywho, I guess I could talk with them, but it's up. Does anyone want to go before me or?
Yeah, does anyone want to go first? Does anyone has actually want to, step forward and speak with them privately?
Well, if you're not gonna step forward, I guess I will.
You gotta get a job, good buddy.
All right then. Well, Braviga, you stand up and you basically go, you just go like, "I'm next."
Yep.
And the guard basically motions for you to follow him into the side room.
Alrighty. Hello.
You enter the side room, and as the guard closes the door behind you, you see Veronica trying to calm herself, and you see what appears to be a big ass, noticeable dent in the floor,
What
probably
the
from a lot of magic exertion.
what the hell happened in here?
Don't you worry your head about it. Just know that that's just a little bit of a demonstration of our power.
Interesting.
Now then, what is it that you would like to speak with us? Now the one controlling the conversation is you, considering that we have no quarrel with you.
And I thank you for that. Honestly, I'm finding other nations to be more welcoming.
Well, we
Anyway,
do have some reservations about you, says Violet. We obviously, with your Frostnerin status, says Tiana.
well, go ahead and speak your mind.
Oh, no, 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 no. This is your chance to speak, considering that you had
Indulge
interest in
me.
wanting to.
After all, we're friends, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, you and I, we have a deal that your ability to just walk around Frostnir, although you are wanted even there,
Oh,
you at least could
I'm
walk around.
aware. I am
Well, you guys
wanted
still.
for betraying my own name. It is rather amusing.
And while that is true, you still could at least walk around with much knowledge to the continent, and that is what we want. An insider that could better traverse through Frostnir's harshness, says Sammy.
Fair enough. And I will probably have to deal with. And he clenches his fist at saying the name. It's like a subtle gesture, but he's like the frostbite.
And even the blood space kind of like begrudgingly, like a few of them grunt, a few of them sigh, very like disgusted. The frostbites.
If it's up to me, I would
Honestly,
have
if
all
there's,
their heads on a platter.
that's not even why we despise them. At least in terms of power, we're pretty much on an equal playing field. But in terms of the influence, the frostbites have more control than we do. Our
Speaking
expanse can only
of which,
our expanse can only travel so far, and even then, they've already been in control much longer. They found loopholes within the peace treaty that every one of the 4 continents have made since the conclusion of the War of the Elements, says Veronica.
noted. Although you did say something interesting back there. You said something about reports of the Frost and Dark Mage working together?
From what we heard back from our spies,
If that's true, that that's that's not good news.
it is not. But that is why we interjected to your proposal with an idea of ours that if the Major Frost can find a mutual beneficial with the Major Darkness, what say we couldn't? Knowing that the Major Flame Iris would more than undoubtedly try to play the power against power move, although we, especially, or more than potentially Iris, have no clue as to how powerful this mage is.
Believe you me, you do not want to meet her. I'm just
But
going to
yes,
let you know from personal experience.
but yes, this new threat to the world, the Major Darkness, complying with our sworn enemies, the Frostbites and Frostnir itself, is more than bad for business.
It's bad for everyone.
I especially have fought in my fair share of wars and have seen the brutality that the Frostbites are known for, says Podlarf.
So let me get this clear. Yes, I'm going to be an informant. Yes, I'm going to have to infiltrate their ranks. But once I do, is it just information you want, or do you want me to start knocking pieces off the board?
They kind of look to each other for a moment before looking back at you. Just like with us, there are a few members of that committee that hold a vast amount of power, but there are also a majority of them that are completely defenseless. They need ties in order to stay safe and survive. In other words, if you could get past them and dwindle their numbers, you have more than even the playing field between the two of us.
I mean, I could do that, maybe make a few acquisitions of my own while doing so, and then we could all mutually benefit.
And that is when they shake their head. Oh no, you will not be making any acquisitions with them. If anything,
I meant taking
since
over what they have.
perhaps, though those assets we wish, just like with what we asked Benaref, we wish to be ours. Any sort of foothold that we could now take claim into Frostnir will more than gladly take.
Good that we're on similar mindsets. I do have a few odd requests here and there for certain things. Obviously, yes, I want to know where my father is. That's a personal vendetta. I'm not going to get into it. Other
Our spies
things.
are our spies are still currently trying to track him down.
He's squirrely. trust me, I know of his outreach.
He may not have much influence anymore, but he still has his ties. That is true.
Yeah, try being almost assassinated every 2 weeks.
Hmm. But as you were saying, what other requests are on your mind?
Well, I have come to like various things about Flargos. Your food, your culture, various other things. And I was, wondering if perhaps you knew of a certain interesting treasures or things to procure that would, say, gain certain favors among other nobles. I have a particular family in mind. However, I won't say, how I got said items if you give me the information on procuring them.
Well, there's not really much that we could offer in terms of that, but there is legend of a cave somewhere out in the middle of the desert where when storms are brew, lightning strikes exactly in the center. And it is said that when it strikes 3 times, a large and powerful creature is said to emerge, a creature of lightning. And it is said that if this creature is eventually slain, then you may harvest its heart, and those who harvest its heart can harness its power.
Hmm. And what is this creature called?
And then they kind of start like giggling to each other. Well, that would just spoil the legend now, wouldn't it?
Hmm. Fair point. He's got to also insight check them to see if they're just fibbing him.
Go ahead if you wish.
My insight's not that great. Wait, hold on. Yeah, okay. Making sure the D&D Beyond and Roll20 are correct. Damn, 19.
They're being truthful. But as to the
Alright.
fact that if they know the name of the creature or not, they do, but they're not going to tell you.
Hmm.
Anything else you wish to discuss?
No, that covers it all. I just wanted to make sure that I had all the details of what you wanted me to do. Other than that, if you have anything for me to do in town, just let me know.
Well, it's about time that Owen found an honest worker to work beside him. He is
I,
quite the workaholic.
I got that sense.
So, yes, by all means, help out the owl.
Alright.
Again, since no one knows much about you, it is just amusing, really.
Well, if you want to know something, just ask. I don't like the whole beating around the bush. Just get to the damn point.
Not really much to ask.
Fair enough. But yes, if you have questions, just ask.
We will be in touch.
I'm sure you will, he says as he thieves cans with his hand. I know how to do this too.
You you try to be smart with them, and they all, except for Paldorf, just kind of like flick you off.
It's good to
And
be
the guards
jovial.
escort you out.
He goes out.
Whores.
Hello.
Yes, that's the first sentence that I come back to.
That's not even a sentence. It's a word.
This
Nick,
is
Yeah.
are you
Speaking
trying to
of
sell
coming
yourself
back
again?
to,
and Neko's here for it too.
no, I
Hey,
just got back, so I have no
hey,
idea what it
Oh,
buddy,
is.
you missed a lot.
No,
we
I can
made
imagine.
we made deals with hot devil people.
Huh.
Oh, yeah, in that case, to kind of like give you a summary, you guys are, again, the purpose of this was to try and discuss a deal with this family. Benny, Brevigi, and Ink, you could go ahead and explain exactly the details of that.
All right. Who wants to go first?
I would rather you go first because I'm currently typing.
All right. So we meet up with the bosses. They're all really attractive tieflings.
Okay, he was here for that, but then he had to leave right before the discussion. Can we just
Okay.
get to the important
Actually,
bit, please?
I wasn't there for that.
Okay,
Okay.
then. Are you on the roll 20?
Alright.
No, I'm on the roll 20. The only thing that I wasn't there for was when we arrived. By then I had left.
Okay.
Okay.
So I
So
pretty
to
much
give a
missed it.
summary of the setting, the third level was basically just like a small, well, it was a large courthouse that hosted public events whenever the family announced them, and they would only let like certain individuals in. And then as you guys got through the bigger courtyard and then a smaller one, you got into the stronghold, which you saw the history of every family member that makes up this family, which used to be separate clans that slowly diminished, but then they all got together in order to stay relevant and powerful. You got into this more than lavish courtroom with the minor family members, so like the more common ones just being like these.
Yes.
Okay.
Protected by guards, of course. And you met the 7 family heads that make up the important decision making of this family. Violet Winters, Wisest Podorf, Piper Azure, Tiana Bastion, Sammy Rosethorn, Veronica Ashfell, and Cervantes Blackheart.
Hot people.
All right. And then that's when you guys began your discussion, which now Neko, Bervigi, Benny, and Cuddles, you could go ahead and explain what it is that you guys talked about.
We talked about what Bervigi's going to be doing because that was part of his deal was to infiltrate into Frostnir and I guess report various things back, as well as essentially he's gonna try to get as close to the Frostbites as possible and infiltrate everything in Frostnir to report back.
Okay.
Okay, that sounds a lot like he's working for them now.
You all are basically working for them.
Well, more business partner. That sounds like you honest work under them. But
well, you don't know
going.
that unless he shares that information with you. Which
yeah. All right. So, okay. Beaker, since Zero went to bed, Beaker has got to steal something from that extremely dangerous pirate guy.
So how do you feel about Heist?
You asking Lucy about how she feels about a heist?
This is how you Neko.
Oh, asking me.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't mind.
So Beaker's thing was that he had to because him and his gang's history with this family is not in the best of relationships. They caused more damage and harm to to their business endeavors than any other threat to them in their own home turf has to answer for all of that destruction. So he is tasked to pull off a heist on the most dangerous pirate lord within the Kraken court.
I see.
Yep, so that is Beaker's thing. But overall, what you guys discussed was about how you're going to, because the main thing about this meeting was that like if they let you live or not, because of Max's previous insults the last session towards Sammy about crumbling their organization. To
Yeah.
which everybody collectively came together to explain that that they are not here to destroy their organization, that they are here to try and find where the major darkness may be, while also simultaneously helping the rebel army change Flargos by overthrowing Iris.
And the black blood corruption.
Yes, and then figure out how to stop the black blood corruption. To which you guys found out some information off of them, that being that the Mage of Darkness is in contact and has direct help from the Mage of Frost, since Flargos's spies are able to infiltrate Frostnir, from what you heard from Violet Winters, who handles all sensitive information.
Okay.
And now we're meeting individually with them in private things to work out how we help them in individual ways.
Yep. So you guys convinced them to not only let you live, but also to like come to a civil agreement to be beneficiaries towards each other. As the party explained to them about the events happening from what you guys experienced in Lightera with the Major Darkness, the Black Blood, the effects it has on both beast monsters and people.
Mm-hmm. We also
And how even though the Major Frost has a connection with the Major Darkness, the family heads made a suggestion that what's stopping them from going to the Major Darkness for assistance. To which the party responded that even though that may be a possibility where they gain trust in her power, eventually, as all life begins to fade, they will be next, or they will have nothing left to
Offer.
benefit from in the end.
Mm-hmm.
Ink knows that personally.
I see.
So,
Mm-hmm.
and right now, like I said, we're just meeting people. We're just meeting the bosses individually to hammer out more deals and wheels and all that shit.
I had the party at the end of at the end of the debate of the discussion roll a collective persuasion roll, to which because everybody made good points and RNG was in your favor, you guys rolled pretty high. You were able to come to a consensus, and you now have a direct business relationship with the Bloodspade family.
Oh, that's good.
Yep.
Now, what do you want? What do you want? And
Yeah.
what are you
So
prepared to give?
yeah. So in this case, Benny, are you still around?
Yep.
Do you want to go next?
Sure, why not?
All right.
Now,
Neko, the way I'm going to do it with you is that I'm going to drag you to the DM room next, because basically, since I wasn't sure what Lucy would say during the debates, but we'll go ahead and talk about it in private with like an RP, like I'm going to do with Benny right now.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
am I after Lucy?
Uh,
Ask him
You,
if I'm
you're
after.
you're the last one, so you're after Lucy.
Okay.
Anyway, is
All
there
right.
anything else you want to say in character? You did oversee I guess Ink and Parigi, and Ink provoking Parigi to shock the shit out of them.
uh,
Yeah, they were saying some lewd shit again, and Ink finally got shocked.
oh. Hmm.
We just Ink just snaps their fingers in front of Lucy. Hey, are you doing that thing again?
Lucy blinks. Oh, sorry.
I know they
Is that
were an intimidating situation, but I didn't think you'd actually zone out.
Sorry, it's something that
you?
happens.
Is that like? Do all gods do that?
It's not a god thing. It's just something that happens to me. Don't worry about it too much.
It's like you're sleeping, but your eyes are open.
Yeah, just a lot's on the mind, you could say. That's can at
You,
least tell you.
Fair enough.
you okay, honey bunches?
I've
I
already
am
shocked
okay.
you once today.
I am okay. Yes.
Hey, to be honest, I'm in a particularly good mood. I still haven't gotten my job yet for this city.
That makes
Knowing
two of us.
I have,
Ink,
I
word of
have,
advice:
huh?
do not be foolish.
I mean, I could always go back to the usual sleep with people for money.
That's exactly what I'm warning you not to try to do with them.
Make no promise to the bosses. I was saying for my job. They could probably help facilitate that if I asked.
Ugh.
They once again, for the third time, make a minor allusion saying whore. Huge one.
Starting to understand that more and more and more. Actually, I've understood
Hey,
it for quite a while, but still.
I know it's shocking to you, but I much don't care if people see me as a whore since, dying.
Wait, you're dying?
I've I've told you, like, forget it. Yes, I
I
mentioned the black blood, right?
Yeah,
Why do
but
you think
I didn't I didn't think you were dying. I thought you were just mutating.
what do you think happens when you mutate too much, Bravigi?
I don't know.
Have you ever seen a man regrow a lung and then grow another and another and another and another until his whole body is filled with lungs?
That sounds horrifying.
Now imagine if that person was still alive and now was a creature wandering around, constantly hearing its breaths as it hunts down new victims. That's the worst
Ugh.
case scenario.
What do they
I've
do
showed
over
you.
there in the heart of the world?
It's not what they do, it's the repercussions of what the black blood can do.
Where does it even come from?
It's if you believe the stories, and unfortunately I have no one who's old enough to know, it's the actual terrestrial blood of the gods. Or
Lu-
if you
Lucy kind of
I'm
stares at herself and just kind of like looks at you like a what?
no, okay. You know what? Fine. For now, we're gonna call what you are, Lucy, a god or a goddess or whatever. I'm talking about the beings in the stars.
Gee, thanks.
You know about them, right?
The only one that I have told you multiple times of is Eclipse.
Well, there are more than Eclipse. There's one,
If
there's,
there is, I haven't.
they're far out from this realm of existence. But the point is, they were here long before even the concept of gods were a thing. Their blood was said to be the key to ascending to their level, a higher state of being.
Hey, but why would they do that?
It said they're lonely. There's so few of them. So few who can evolve in the way they did.
So what you're saying
So
is I
they
have outer god blood in me.
Maybe. Like I
Eh,
said, I thought it was only back home it existed.
That is a terrifying thing to learn.
I mean, you're the oldest out of all of us. I thought you would have known something.
Speaking of old legends,
Yeah.
there is actually something that I have to ask you about.
Well, to answer that, I can only say that Eclipse did tell me something that that since he had control over the world at some point, he permitted what came in and out of it. But and she just kind of shrugs. I didn't really understand what that meant.
Mm,
I'll be honest, I can't believe that. No,
Hmm.
no being, no matter how powerful, can promise that they can just permit something.
you'd be surprised what certain beings can do, Ink.
I
Or
mean,
There's
he
you'd
a
be
never told
surprised at
me.
what certain mortals are willing to do.
I mean, he never told me everything, so
I
even
didn't
I'm
even
not
know it.
sure.
And back home, I don't think there is an eclipse to even talk about. I've certainly never heard of it. I know about beings like the Hungry Star. What's his name? The one that mm, gives you certain spells.
I guess Mike.
Hadar, Hadar, Hagar. I don't. Drawing a blank. Point is, from what I was taught in the circles I ran in, there are a lot of those kinds of beings. Eclipse is new to me.
Guess that's the outer gods are new to me.
Well, you have a bona fide expert as much as you have right now.
Well, if I have the
Since
blood of these
Spravihi,
beings, then how come I don't do crazy spell shit?
because you're not imbibing it.
I don't even know how to do that.
I mean, you kind of do. At least I think when you speak in people's heads. But
That's just
I'm guess
I I just learned how to do that. I,
how did you learn? Was it a voice speaking in the back of your head,
no,
telling
I
you to
just
open your mind?
no, it was just honestly it was very painful whenever I started learning it because I thought the voices that I was hearing was it took me a while to figure out that it was other people. And
Yeah.
apparently I was the one connecting to other people.
Well, like I said, I didn't know people who have black butt existed out here, so maybe it's different. I can only tell you what I know from home. But my guess, and this is a guess, is that you just don't imbibe it hard enough to risk it. Maybe you're deluded or something. I don't know.
That might explain why I'm not as well.
You did mutate though. You did grow taller.
I
So
grew taller.
maybe as you get more powerful like me, you'll start to get wackier,
I would
more
very much not like to.
crazier, more violent.
I
I one
honest
time knew a I
I
one time knew a black-blooded farmer who was the nicest person ever, but eventually, when he mutated, he started making a habit of planting people in his garden
ugh,
and become so many black-blooded crops he grew.
Mm.
I have been noticing I've been getting angrier ever since we've messed
Oh
with
yeah,
that black smoke.
I never expected you to shock me, so maybe that is a sign.
No, I think he was just gonna shock you regardless.
Yeah,
I mean, did have a peculiar subconscious thought out of curiosity, but
you let the intrusive thoughts win. I'm proud of you.
don't don't be
To
proud of that.
to ask you, I guess just to figure out What exactly was your thing that you wanted to ask me? Something about an old legend?
Oh, yeah, it's about a creature.
Okay.
Have you heard about let's say, a cave that strikes with 3 lightning strikes and some creature comes out, and if you kill it, you can harvest its heart?
3 lightning strikes. And it kill it, harvest its heart.
I'll let you think on it for a while.
I might have to rack my brain for that one.
It does definitely sound like something that would be in this place, considering the size of the damn desert worm.
Maybe
Mm,
it sounds like a folklore legend or something.
Well,
Oh,
I mean, it would make a hell of a gift.
there's a legend involving hearts back home.
I don't
If the
think.
moon if the moon ever grins widely, if you offer it the heart of something, that's one of the rituals to help gain power from the black blood.
I don't want the power from the thing necessarily. I wanted to
It's
get it as a gift.
it's said that the moon itself is a long echoed god
Then again,
whose
considering how it was explained to me, I might not have a choice on that matter.
its grin was wide as it smiled in madness, as from its mouth the black blood flowed.
yeah, I've definitely never heard of that one. Especially for how long I've been alive.
And that's why some people who wish to escape the madness try and worship the moon.
Ink, I have a question for you.
Sure.
Were people from your home always under the influence of other certain things?
Her in general, like a normal heart of the that's awful heart of the worldian, whatever. If you're talking about normal people who got locked up by the gods there, yeah, well, you can find a lot of people using any substance to escape their life.
Well, I'm just saying a lot of your crazy stories might be because of that.
Maybe, but I again, the heart of the world is a place where eldritch beings, demons, devils, liches were all locked away from the rest of the world. And
Hmm.
We have
Probably.
we have Devilkin literally with us and right behind us.
yep, well, I mean actual fiends. Like I said, mentioned to Arya before, tieflings back home tend to be more directly aligned with their infernal patronage.
Hmm.
That's,
Are you sure it's infernal?
I don't know the actual term. You'd have to ask an expert on hells and all that stuff.
Well, I was just asking because I remember one of the books in one of the labs apparently was in a language that I could read for some reason.
What? Oh, you mean I thought that looked like the language of the gods. I
No,
mean,
no, 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 no. The Wagner lab.
well, one of the books I remember had it in. Well, I don't know. I'm not an expert on that cosmology.
I mean, if I
I
think hard. Hang on, is there a piece of paper down here? Maybe I can write a word in it.
I can give it the old Zavulian try.
What? Don't go
Huh?
fucking around in my brain.
The Zavulian.
Yeah.
I I'm not gonna even pretend I know what that is.
Uh, a Zavulian, from what I remember, is a many-horned person.
Hmm.
They have a lot of horns, like a lot.
Huh. That's painful.
They're pretty chill people, all things considered. They're one of the nicer people you can find back home. They throw wild parties. I think they might be related to satyrs, or maybe mutated satyrs. Never really thought about it.
Hmm.
Have any other questions, Lucy?
He shrugs. Hmm.
I don't know. We never get to talk, so.
I mean,
Well,
I suppose, but all we ever really talk about is this sort of stuff. We don't really talk about other things, whatever they may
uh,
be.
Is there anything that you wanted to ask me about? He says as he's scribbling on a
well,
piece
you
of
get
parchment.
your. Yeah,
I don't necessarily have anything I wish to talk about, no.
I have something I want to ask.
What's that?
Well, it's for Lucy. You get me that word. Lucy, what was Pablo like?
That is a good
You,
question.
you mean before we became gods?
Yeah, it's. Hate to say I've been reading it, but seems that's a very juicy, complicated history.
Hmm.
I'm curious how you met Gala, to be honest.
And ever since
Pop,
he came back home, you've been very sullen whenever that comes up.
I'm just worried about his choices. Whether he'll, what side he'll choose, you know?
I think he has a good head on his shoulders. He's not gonna doom everything. After
Well,
all, then there would be no war, and then therefore he would be kind of, you know, offing himself.
I guess to put it simply, Pablo was. He wasn't exactly as confident as he was beforehand, if that makes any sense.
He was cautious.
He was cautious, but still kind of brash.
Mm.
It was in a way that one could probably admire.
I'm guessing that's what caught your eye. Maybe your
Well,
heart.
no, actually. Um, I used to think he was an idiot, honestly. Always too cautious, not really wanting to take risks. And when I was a lot younger, took a lot of risks, honestly. I always kind of got myself into a fight one way or another until I decided, you know, people say that I have good looks, but I'm too pretty to be fighting for whatever reason, and I wanted to prove them wrong. And then I embraced the fact that I could fight with those good looks, and so I just kind of entertained for a little bit. And if people crossed me, well, cross my fist across their face. Uh, but I think when Pablo got me out of a jam that I was way over my head in, he caught my attention a lot more. I didn't really see him as sort of that cautious pushover that I used to see him as. And we kind of grew closer over time, and then one day he disappeared, headed off to the military without saying a word. Went our separate ways, but kind of kept in contact with each other for a while, and then after that, uh, I ended up getting the chance to meet him again when he and his army came back years later. he had become a general, and it was really cool. We chatted it up, had a fun time. I danced, sang. He was my first kiss. Then, when one day, I managed to sneak in, being the bold one that I was. I snuck in, or snuck to where his troops were, because I wanted to say hi and check up on him. But yet again, I entered a situation that was way over my head. And Pablo and I, and a lot of his troops, ended up going against a very dangerous creature. One we were not prepared for at all.
What was it?
It's something that's only native to Flargos in particular. A gargantuan beast. It's a sort of strange evolutionary line of creatures of sorts. But they're called the Nagas. Or, well, not Nagas. They're called the Nomus. But the thing that we were facing was called a Nomu Naga. Their final state of sorts. It had gotten out of control and, well, it nearly wiped us all out. Somehow, Pablo and I, in a sort of near-death state, achieved a sort of greater power than we could ever imagine, combined our two abilities together of my charm and his immense strength, and we cut down the Nobunaga. After that, he vanished, gone into thin air.
Hmm.
All that remained was his sword.
Is that possibly even a monument? Like nowadays?
Well, sort of. I wouldn't say that his sword is still there where it left it. He did eventually come back and get it, because when he did, that was around the time that I had been chosen to become a goddess. And it was a scary moment.
Hmm.
I didn't exactly move on from Pablo, but when my life was in danger yet again, I felt that power flowing through me. I felt Pablo near me. And just when I thought that I was in over my head again, I saw him. Eclipse. And I reached out desperately.
Interesting.
But, yeah. After that, Pablo and I didn't exactly. Well, no, we got along pretty well, but we started to grow distant as the years went on. More gods being introduced. It was more than just us two, it was more and more. And by the time Thrednia was introduced, Eclipse left.
I
But it
still
was.
find it odd that he would just leave.
I don't think it was. I mean, he says that when he's done with a world, he moves on. But I don't know. I feel like he would have told us something if he did. Then again, the only person that I know that wasn't brought in by Eclipse, be it his creation or being brought forth, I think was Drednia. I don't know the exact details, but I think another one of the gods had a hand in it.
So she was the only god that wasn't created by him?
She nods. It's
And
just
she's the
speculation,
one
though.
in charge.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very odd.
Now that's downright suspicious.
I don't know the whole reason myself, but
But to be
I-
fair, I think being randomly chosen to be a god is kind of weird, but
Eclipse said that Eclipse always says that there's a reason as to why that why we're chosen. For Pablo, it was his willingness to not give up, his endearing strength, his endless victories that he had, despite all the circumstances and everything against him. He just kept going, kept winning. He never stopped because he didn't want to be that coward anymore.
Hmm.
And for me, well, he simply said that there are a lot of other candidates that were like me. Any one of them could have been chosen for the role that I had been gifted, but he chose me. I don't know why, but he chose me. And as of late, I just bringing this up actually just reminded me that I was replaced. So,
They're not
I
gonna
mean,
be as
yeah.
good as you.
To be fair, it sounds like it wasn't Eclipse that replaced you, but it sounded
no,
more like that. What's her name?
Threadnia.
Rednia. Rednia.
Mhm.
Oh, guys, they're coming
Benny
out.
comes back from the meeting with the family heads, to which uh, Benny will tell you that you are next.
Oh,
Hey, yeah, they want to
well,
talk to you for whatever.
oh,
Yeah, it's back there.
okay, all right,
Mhm.
okay,
This has been
and
some of the. Not gonna lie, this has been some of the best character RP we've had.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be
Welcome.
real. So
hmm?
yeah, all right.
Oh,
Let's
Cap,
go.
before
Uh,
you go, was there actually like papers or anything around here that Braviki could have found?
Nope.
Don't
Damn.
you have paper with you?
I think I might.
It comes in an adventure pack.
I might.
Did you bring your? I, I'm pretty sure it comes with quill ink.
Yeah.
All right. Anywho, back to the thing now that so as as ink lights up a cigarette, how'd it go?
Mm. Honestly, kind of better than figured a little bit in a sense.
Got any juicy information?
Yeah, I got juicy information. Honestly, I got information that's kind of dangerous as far as what we're thinking.
All right.
Well, if
So
it's something that portrays us.
yeah, that's it's yours to
Well,
share.
yeah, it does actually sort of pertain to us a little bit. Like this whole bit about magic falling.
Mm-hmm.
See, I'm just finding out that my family's, I suppose, the family's goals lead a little deeper than initially assumed. So,
Are they
Huh.
having a
not that
hand in it?
nothing. Well, just greedy family, greedy folks, and they want, well, pretty much everyone wants is power,
Simple,
and yeah,
a bit unimaginative.
yeah,
Everybody
power.
always wants
Easy,
power.
simple. Do y'all know what the biggest source of power in nature is?
The tree of life, I am guessing.
Yeah, tree of life.
Wait, they're trying to sap power from the tree itself?
No, not really sap so much as I guess just straight up take control. It seems like my sister might have some sort of strange deal with the tree. not surprising that the tree has some kind of consciousness, but
Hmm.
Well, talking trees aren't the strangest thing.
no. And honestly, I'd be a little surprised if this tree didn't talk, or at least had some kind of mind, considering what it is.
And now your family is hoping to take control of the tree.
I mean, it seems like it'd be a plan that's slow running, and
Doomed to fail.
I'm no, maybe not. I can't say doomed to fail. Well, doomed to fail mostly because I'm going to break. I'm going to be the one responsible for it failing.
Yeah.
But I think they might want to be speeding their things up with, well, whatever fucking thing seems to latch onto me. That aside, to me at least the
Oh yeah, your little shadowy friend that's a dick.
yeah.
He is a bit of a dick.
Well, it's a fucking entity of some sort, something I don't really know with, which actually kind of might be important to
Maybe
go find out a little bit more about it.
If it shows up
maybe
again, I'm
it's
kicking its ass.
maybe it's something related to my ilk, some kind of being from beyond the stars.
I
No,
doubt
maybe Beyond the
that.
Stars, maybe not. I actually do actually have heard its title more or less from its own thing and a couple of other things.
Wait, it calls itself something?
Yeah, well, folks call it something. The dramatic name, but I'm sure it's fucking listening. But the Eternal Night.
Oh yeah, that definitely sounds like entity material right there.
Yeah, it's
The
some kind of entity, and I'm sure. And remember, my folks were trying to fucking pay people to bring me over there. And they're basically trying to get this entity, the Eternal Night, bond with my sister instead of me, or whatever the fuck it is. I'm sure some sort of ploy to speed up whatever they're doing. But to me, at least, the natural progression of what they're doing is essentially, I'm sure they're trying to replace the Major Light with my sister in some way. Uh, I guess it's sort of more or less new, but the
That is something I wanted to discuss among us. Is if we do have to somehow fight a mage, I have a potential idea forming on how we could win, but it's more a theory.
and the power.
Well,
Yeah, because
they
each of
have
them have their
hearts,
own
right?
powers and all. I suppose.
What would
yes.
happen if we just attack that?
What, like just fucking stab them?
I mean, I have a
I mean,
dagger that freezes things. I'm pretty sure if I put that in a heart of fire, it would not be having a good time.
I
Yeah,
mean,
maybe.
or it melts.
Yeah,
That's why I
there is
have
that.
two.
Well, there might be a discrepancy. There might be a discrepancy in power here as far as what we're looking for. But I think the idea isn't a bad one as far as either a countering or a nullifying force.
I mean, if worse comes to worse, I could get some rather heavy leather gauntlets and just yoink it, and then, then we have leverage to make her listen.
Okay, that's power discrepancy again. Leather versus a powerful force of fire,
It's
which I
just an
assume is
idea.
I assume it's magical fire.
Well, do you have any other ideas on how to deal with a mage? Because honestly, we're gonna have to
Uh,
figure it out if we're gonna deal with, the dark one. So,
trust. I'm going with
Well,
the tried and true. We kill.
yeah,
can
but
they be killed?
there's a method to this shit. Like you can't just be like, well, we kill, and then what? We go fucking throw violence at it until it dies. Like it could just be stronger. So uh,
Yeah,
I think I think personally, our means of doing that is through teamwork, not just through us, but through others.
Yeah, and I definitely think it's something to do with their, essences or hearts or whatever they were.
all right.
If we
Mm.
Anywho,
weaken that, obviously we
Well, I
weaken
guess
them. I mean, remember the Mage of Light? Theirs was dimming, and they weren't feeling real good.
yeah. There's finding out. It's a bad thing that the Mage of Light was getting attacked as she was, but finding out how she was getting hurt might be a good thing for us when dealing with, I suppose, dangerous or enemy mages, such as the Mage of Darkness, of course. Although she seems to be an exception. Mage of Frost, horrible ass fucking situation.
And she's
Mage of
potentially
Fire is seems to be what's first up on our plate, doesn't it?
yeah. And the Mage of Frost is dealing with the Mage of Dark, and honestly, I don't like the sound of that, especially since the Frostbites are already horrible people. They do not need any further enhancement. I gotta infiltrate them. Oh god, the atrocities I'm gonna have to commit.
Yeah, the atrocities, the witness here and there. Oh man, this fucking horrible ass game plan that we have.
I offer many.
Lined up.
I offer many a blunt.
Fuck the. No, 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 thank you.
Also, Ink, hang on, I found something to scratch on. Here. Passes you over just like a fucking. Oh, his old studded leather, he just kind of like etched a little bit of a vessel into it.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Do you know what language it is?
Looks. Your handwriting is atrocious.
I had to use a knife.
Atrocious. But yeah, that kind of a little bit looks like the language of the gods.
Okay, with you that's cryptic. Which gods?
The ones I talk about.
Oh, great. He takes
Strike
his
two
studded
to
leather
your
back.
Strike two to your relation to the same things I'm related to. What's anywho back. Uh, anywho, like I said, I don't know how it works for you on the outside.
I just know
Remember,
how to do things. I don't concentrate on really doing it. I just do it.
how that's how it starts, honey.
Well, I have to concentrate on the talking in another person's head thing, but other than that,
The point being is, I think you're fine. You don't look like you're dying like me.
well, maybe
Unless
it's
you.
because I don't use it.
That's what I said already. And
No, you
again,
use it all the time.
yeah,
Maybe you should try, restraining yourself. See if you start
a little too.
healing.
That's a little too late for that, my good big buddy. It wasn't a case of. It was already a case, even if it was a use situation. I was forced to use it many times before I met you all.
Hmm.
And I don't think that's the case either. Like I mentioned, that farmer, he barely ever used his powers, and he still turned into a monster.
Well, I don't think I'm
Same.
gonna turn into a monster anytime soon, though I do remember the nightmare lady messing with my head and a certain thing I
Well,
said in a dream.
well, there you go. You're fine. Don't worry about it so much.
What was her
They
name again?
passed the.
Neverin.
They
Yeah.
passed. They passed the blunt to Brevi.
No, thank you.
But it could also be in the environment. Remember that the heart of the world is practically flowing with that black blood. And I'm not
Merp.
just talking about in people.
Sorry, I got merped at.
I'm
So,
not.
well, I was raised
There
in
are.
Frostnir.
I've been to a whole lake of this stuff.
A lake of black blood.
What do you think it only flowed in people? We just saw it in snakes.
Well, I don't know how it spreads, to be fair.
Remember that legend about the smiling moon?
I don't want to think about it.
Yeah. From its open, smiling maw, it practically made a lake of black blood.
That's unnerving.
Yeah, that's what it is. Anywho, since
All
we
I know
got
is I
more
don't
free.
want to inhale us trying to burn that stuff again.
Anyhow, since I'm feeling so homesick, Benny, you got any questions about the heart of the world?
Honestly, not right now. I think. You told me a whole fucking grip of it about it, and I think that is still holding me. That is still holding me over.
Yeah.
Is there
But
anything you want to ask me? I feel like we don't really talk much.
Um, Honestly, a little bit. Yeah, actually, I do want to ask you things. Uh, I know. Obviously, I know a whole grip about Maxie. Um, Given we've known each other for a long time, and finally, not Bink and I chat here and there. Uh, you keep to yourself, or at least you either keep to yourself or you keep to others a little bit away from me. Not in a you avoid me sort of thing, but I just don't know very much about you beyond your, you know, also have a fuck ass family situation going on. You're from Frostnir. You are 2 foot taller than than when I first met you,
Yeah?
and you're a sneaky fellow with a bounty on your head. But that's
It's so funny. I am somehow. It's. It's basically, oh no, you are slandering our family. How do I slander myself?
oh shit.
It. It's. It's amusing, but also frustrating.
I I just I know this is completely out of left field, but Anna Dream Barbecue Chapter 1's available on Steam for free. Hashtag not sponsored.
Okay. But yeah,
I was
if there's anything you're curious about, Benny, go ahead and ask.
yeah. How the fuck did you get? How did you get into all this?
Like
So,
in like
and
Terra?
so, I suppose,
That
um, we all when we all met over in Rockwell,
yeah, I
and
remember.
you came meandering on in. What were you doing before that?
I don't really recall. It's bits and pieces. I remember blue eyes. I remember my dad being an asshole. I remember somehow ending up somewhere, and next thing I know, I'm underwater and trying not to drown. And then all of a
Where were
sudden,
you?
I was tossed over a boat in Frostnir, and then all of a sudden, I'm somehow in Light Terra in a matter of minutes.
Well, that's weird,
Or
isn't it?
seconds, actually.
Hmm. Minutes, seconds. Honestly, it kind of doesn't matter that much.
I want to
The difference
know how the hell I
between there.
traveled that much distance in that much time.
Hmm. So would you like my completely fucking unfounded theories?
I mean, I thought maybe it was a portal or something.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe you stumble across a doorway. Some fucking gate somewhere in the middle of the ocean that you happen to luck through.
I'll say.
Mm. I know that it is very high level magic, but could have been a teleportation type thing.
Then that raises the questions on who did it or who made it or why it was there. I mean, I have
You know what?
theories. I mean,
We have the luxury of asking these fucking gods. If they're gonna be good for anything, they might as well answer. They might as well fucking say if they did that shit or not.
I mean, I could always ask Gala, I guess. She
Yeah,
seems to be the
see if there
one
was
that
some divine.
watches over goblins.
Yeah, see if there's some divine intervention on that end. If not, maybe some other mage. If not, potentially you. Who knows?
I don't know. I mean, last time I talked to Gala, it went pretty well.
Yeah, I guess that'd be something to check off the list. To see if she accidentally saved. Well, not accidentally on her end, but see if she saved you.
I mean, I think she saved me the one time I was fighting 4 of those guys, because I do remember a shiny gemstone looking individual flying and eating the throat of one of the dudes.
Oh, that's much more direct. Um,
Yeah.
yeah,
That is fucking.
yeah. No, I guess if you have a list of possibilities and just crossing which ones off that didn't happen or that you have either proved or reasonably think didn't happen. So yeah, portal. There is teleporting, and then a number of folks that may or may not be responsible for teleporting. And the easiest one to cross off would be her. So I don't know. See about asking her then. And beyond that, I guess try to think of who the fuck. Well, I don't know. Trying to fucking solve this whole mystery mess here on a little chat. Um, I guess before that, do you remember what the fuck you're doing? You said your memory seemed hazy.
Yeah, to be honest, it's a lot of being in the cold, a lot of people trying to beat the shit out of me because my dad's a petty asshole. Somebody with really blue eyes. Something about I'm interesting on a boat, water, than I was in Rockville.
Damn.
Huh.
That's all I remember. I can remember life before then. It's not as fuzzy. It's only fuzzy whenever I get towards that point. But, after and before then, it's, yeah.
Almost feels like things poking holes in your brain.
I do not want to entertain that thought. Although I do remember that one time that we fought against apparently the nightmare goddess, I did have a dream of where something was inky and black and telling me that I was a monster and blah blah blah.
Are you sure that wasn't me? And
I
then,
am
and
100% sure it wasn't you because it called me a monster and I said whatever. If I have to be a monster to get to what I want, that's fine.
that sounds surprisingly bold of you.
Whenever you are called something so much and basically belittled so much, you start to harbor a very large resentment, and sometimes you get to a point of where you just not longer care what people think.
Right on, man. Fuck the haters. In the dismissive way, not the sexual way.
I honestly don't know
Why do you
what's
have to
gonna
fucking?
happen when I meet my father.
Kill 'em.
Yeah, hopefully, actually.
We're all on Team Patricide here. Not
Well,
gonna
I want
lie.
answers first, obviously. I'm not going to just. He's not going to be able to not explain himself to me.
I can rip anything out of his head if you wanted.
I'm not going to
Though,
rip anything out of his head. No, if I anything, I want to hold his soul in my hands and make sure that he doesn't
uh,
get an afterlife.
oh, and that's a Bravigi I like. So bold, so dangerous.
He's clenching his
Fight
hands.
Fight the power, man. In fact, fight the power and take control of the power.
That's what I'm afraid of.
This shit.
I don't understand the abilities that I have. I can one day shoot lightning from my hands. I can summon darkness around me. I can turn invisible. Like, I can have ghosts guard me. I don't understand why I can do this. I just do it.
Maybe there's a being from beyond the stars that's ghostly.
I would know if it was, and honestly, I've seen the old man, I've seen ghosts from a very young age. It's nothing that's new to me.
Well, there you
Mm.
go.
I mean,
I mean, it's interesting, isn't it?
Oh my god,
I mean, it's interesting, isn't it? It's fucking whatever shit that you're commanding.
I mean, it seems to be mostly
Somewhat.
around the dead, but yeah.
you control the living and the dead. That's so.
I don't control the living, though.
Well, you control, then they become dead.
That's a roundabout way of doing it. I mean,
Oh,
there's
fuck,
other
man.
things that I can do. I mean, I figured out one time with whenever I was trying to mimic Loanna, I spouted green flames.
Cool.
Then I know I can
And now I
mend
personally know
things
you're
together.
and you shock. You really shock.
Ink, could you fucking control yourself, actually?
I am a little high right now. Sorry.
Yeah, but could you fucking control yourself for a second? He's fucking talking. And you're out here fucking commenting on this weird shit. It's kind of uncomfortable.
Alright, fine, sorry.
I just remembered I can do something. I didn't have to etch into that studded leather at all. Like, really, look at this. And he presses a finger onto the desk and he uses prestidigitation to literally just make random letters sprawl across the desk.
That actually gets them silver. So you just wasted leather when you could do that?
I mean, it was my old armor. It's not like I'm gonna fit in it.
You were going on about paper for at least 30 minutes.
Why don't you have
that I
paper?
have magic.
Why don't you have paper, though?
Yeah, I even have paper, and I barely carry anything.
I have rope, I have string, I have a tinderbox, water skin, I have a hooded lantern. Although I can somehow see in the dark now. Yeah, that's new.
Oh wait, hold on. I gotta go above table. Your adventuring pack didn't come with paper?
No.
I can't.
It's the rogue pack. It doesn't come with paper.
That is so stupid.
Don't goblins see in the dark naturally? Is that not a...
I didn't see in the dark naturally, no.
Are you sure you were a goblin?
I am half elf.
But elves can also see in the dark, is what I'm saying. Like,
yeah, that's even stranger.
I am half elf and half something else.
But
I guess half goblin. I don't know. But no, I couldn't see in the dark, and then some random day, whenever I'm out adventuring with you lot, I can somehow see in the dark.
All right.
yeah, that's really weird. Like, I can't see in the dark, but that's just... I don't know, satyrs can't really do that normally.
Yeah, I can see in the dark. You know.
I mean, I can see
Yeah, I guess I'm not
120 feet in the dark.
That's a very specific number.
Their eyes just went
I
to the
measured
other.
it.
Also, Ink's eyes went to the other way as they said that.
Weird. But no, I
I
measured it one night whenever we were doing various things because I was curious.
Yeah, that's a weirdly specific number. It's a little funny that it is, but
Very.
I mean, yeah, it
How'd you?
is, but I was
What did you
curious. I'm like,
take?
Yeah,
how far am I
I'm,
seeing in the dark? So just
You
here's
took
this
what?
one
Did you
spot,
take
put a
like?
stick somewhere else, and then measured.
yeah, I
What do
guess
you
that's
use to
fair.
measure? What do you use to measure it? The rope?
Steps.
No, you just take steps. Yeah,
I can't. Anywho,
yeah, you just take steps. You just got to learn how to measure that way.
Yeah, it's
Um, hmm.
honestly it's kind of easy.
I'm surprised you don't. So you don't just carry paper like you.
No,
I'm fucking flabbergasted, honestly. Like, hold on, like just kind of like reaching in her bag and like pulling out like a small notebook. Yeah, like if not everyone knows that. Do you know how to read and write?
yes,
Oh wait, never mind. Yeah, you were just
I can
yeah,
read and write in about 5 different languages.
and yeah, you're pretty fucking knowledgeable. I was gonna
but
say just about anyone. I don't see why anyone who can read and write wouldn't carry around a little something to write shit down sometimes.
yeah, it's like I.
Yeah, get where I've got a notebook before we leave this place.
That's
Okay,
just.
I mean,
Yeah.
I have been keeping a lot of mental notes though.
Wait, hold on. You've been keeping them all in your head?
Yeah,
No wonder your head's jumbled.
what do you
You
mean?
must. Every time we link up, it's like being filing office in there. That's nearly on the bridge of collapsing. No wonder you're so stressed.
I just remember things.
I, I would
Yeah, like
maybe.
remembering things ain't gonna. Well, I'm not gonna downplay what your memory thing is pretty impressive. But people can remember things. I think it's fine. I don't think it's anything to fucking think weirdly of. Ain't.
I
Yeah, but
mean, do you want the list
I
of
mean,
people that I remember that we've met?
no, I believe you. I've gotten a feel for it. Remember, telepath.
Yeah, don't go poking around in my brain.
I I don't. It just happens when we link up because, we're more intimate about it.
That's a weird way of putting it. I don't like that.
Take it for what it is. Here, they hand you a couple sheets of little notebook paper from a little black book they pull from somewhere.
If
I
you
have
want me to write down everything that's in my head, I'm gonna need a lot more than this.
I'm just emergency paper. Just, never knew when you need it. I keep it
Okay.
on my thing.
You do realize I
I
don't carry a writing utensil, right?
mm, do what I do. Just if not all else fails, use your blood.
I'm not gonna do that.
Ink, that's really fucking weird. Hold on, let me just. Fucking,
I
she's
use
gonna
a
reach her.
all
She's
right,
gonna reach in her bag and just pull out a. She's gonna reach her bag and pull out
a
like a
pen.
little, yeah, like a little pencil thing. She's like, yeah, you can use
To be
this.
fair, I was the
Thank
time when
you.
I had to learn to use blood to write was when I was in a cage.
He's gotta go into his bag and be like, yep, bag of 1,000 ball bearings, a bell, candles. Hey, look, there's a crowbar and my hammer. I don't remember this hourglass
All
getting
this
in there.
so you
Oh
have a
shit, that's
full
a hunting
kit.
trap.
So you have this whole complement of things for doing crime, but you didn't have paper and something to write with.
I think paper and something to write with is very fucking integral to doing crime.
Why do you
Yeah,
literally want to leave a paper trail where you go? That's a bad.
you
No,
burn
but
the paper.
just to do other shit.
Like, what if you need to get like a combination to a lock? I would write
Well,
that
a
down, and
I have a lockpick.
combination, I think that you don't need paper for, but
I do.
I just remember how to pick the lock.
Good for you.
I
Just
also have
here,
these
I
somehow,
gave
and he
you.
pulls out a pair of manticles.
Oh, nah.
I think Max gave me these.
I'd say something, but I feel like
I
Benny
don't
would
remember
definitely
where
pick
these
me.
came from.
I put those away. I'm so tempted to make a comment about it, and I don't want to get hurt.
Oh,
then
so you're
fucking
admitting that
control
it actually
yourself.
hurt you.
No, not you. You can't hurt me. I'm talking about Benny. Benny can hurt me.
Yeah, then fucking control yourself. It's not that hard. It just ain't, huh?
I
He puts the
know, but
manacles
I
away.
can't help it. I
Yes,
this
you
is
can. You literally could help it. That's the
I
fucking issue.
I have weak will, Benny. I
Then
admit it.
then don't.
I mean,
Simply
also,
don't.
Ink, let's put it this way. When I shocked you, I didn't want to actually kill you. Yes, I was angry, but I don't want to kill you.
I it- as if you could. Anywho,
I could if I
let's
wanted to.
boy, you are not locked into enough to
You've
kill
seen
me.
what I do. I
What is
literally
what is the
encase people in ice.
I can literally end the fight before it began.
No.
I don't know.
I
I think Ink, I think
literally.
you're getting a weird big head about certain shit. I think
No, it's this. I don't know what the fuck is this
You've already
blunt.
tried to be in my head before. You know what happens. You get jutted out.
All right, enough. You're right. I'm getting too high to. Let's bring it back down to earth
You
and
have
talk
a
about something.
conversation with crime lords. You need to calm down.
Yes, you're right. This weed was a terrible idea. I'm gonna be real, and it's really weird.
yeah,
So
it was kind of a really bad idea.
it was terrible idea. I was stressing out, and I decided, oh, I'm just gonna light one up.
Benny, are you able to
That was
cure
that was
inebriation ailments?
All right, so we're
I
gonna
think
wrap
probably
up.
flushing from the system.
All right, so we're gonna wrap up this session as I go to speak with Incubi. So
Mhm.
you could go ahead and cut off your stream if you want, because I know it's getting late. But like, yeah,
Oh,
after
we've been
Incubi, we're
having
basically.
inter-party dialogue.
yeah. Benny, do you have that healing magic to make me
Oh my
less
lord,
tired?
you know what? You didn't get to fucking talk to them. I didn't even fucking hold on. Yeah, Benny's gonna lay on hands for 5 to remove whatever inebriation fucking Ink school ass has.
They just walk out. They're like, "Man, why does this smell like mistweed in here?"
Smells like weed, brother. Yeah,
We
no.
I just
You're
as I pass by Lucy to go
nasty, huh?
speak with the boss, I just passed the booth discreetly, just
She's.
slipping in her hand, and as I walk through, let you
But
figure it out.
you give her a cigarette?
I
No,
give her a blunt.
it's a lot more than a cigarette, dog.
It's not
That's the
very much
move.
more.
How the fuck did you get a blunt into the goddamn courtroom?
It's
Did
in
they
my
They
check for it?
didn't
bag.
search us, dude.
They never searched us. I didn't. Were we searched? I don't
I'm
remember
literally
hearing that.
standing here with 2 daggers, 2 hook swords on my back, a bow and arrow.
He has a bear track in his pack.
Why the
Yeah.
fuck do you still carry that as you got changed in like your fancy outfit?
Hey,
Because
I would
you
understand.
never know when you're gonna need it.
I understand the daggers at least, but like, why the fuck you got a crossbow and a bow and arrow? What the fuck?
Again,
because
you
that's
never know
just
when you're
how
gonna need it.
Ravini is. He's
I did
What's a good
specifically
way?
say I wanted a lot of pockets.
Yeah.
He's a weird guy.
Anywho,
But
yeah.
Anyway,
Take this.
anywho, let's go ahead and
Yeah.
go over here.
Yeah, go and kidnap Ink.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah.
There they go.
Lucy walks back in, smile on her face. But the second that she like gets to you guys, she like looks so annoyed.
So what
Oh,
happened?
good lord, this is a fucking myriad of faces that have been coming out of that room.
Yeah, she's just like, oh, nothing much. Just the fact that they keep holding over the fact that like, oh, there's goddess, you weren't there for your family, so we helped them out instead. And now my family is about 4 generations deep in debt.
That's
That's fucked up.
that's
If
really messed up.
if they weren't so like, if they had simply told me in a professional manner, it would have been fine and dandy.
I didn't
But it's
hear
the
any
fact that
explosions.
But it's the fact that they're so bent
Condescending.
on. Yes, they're so condescending and smug about it. All I wanted them to, because they were about to like bring up like the whole goddess thing, and whatnot. And I don't want to be associated with that anymore. I really don't. I just want to be Lucy. And the moment I brought that up, they were like, "Okay, well then let's talk about what we did for your family."
Oh, so they were basically trying to, force leverage on you for a deal because of back payment.
I simply told them that, like, well, no, actually, because apparently my descendant is the one that's dealing with all that debt.
Yeah, that makes sense. In a
Yes,
sense.
it makes sense. I understand that, but I'm still so upset about it. And I told them that the thing that I could give them was knowledge.
6,000-year-old knowledge.
Hey, I've been around the block except for here. I know all the other places like the back of my hand, including a little bit of the heart of the world.
So for I don't mean to beat it down into you, but for 6,000 years, you've been around the block everyone else but here.
I didn't really come back here all that. This place is nice, but after having a few near-death experiences in my life and getting into more trouble than I wanted to, it kind of reflected. The only reason I ever came back every now and then was because of Pablo, or Polo.
You can call him Pablo.
Yeah,
I'm,
because of Pablo.
yeah. I'm going to refer to him as Pablo when you're speaking about him.
But yeah, he was he's effectively the only thing I really cling on to.
I mean, we can find a church and stuff if you want to try to talk to him.
I'd like
I mean, he's from here. I'm sure there's definitely plenty of holy houses.
yeah.
Though I do have a curious question, though, of now I know it's a sore subject. Please don't punch me. Since you were technically, replaced, would that mean that the houses that used to be you are now suddenly changed? How does that work with reality?
I don't think that they're changed. I myself don't know how they work, but I don't think they're changed.
Okay, so they're
I
not
think
gonna
they're still
just
the
suddenly
same.
shift
It's
to new idols.
No, that would take far too much time and effort. It's just a similar, like it should just still be under the same thing. Besides, when I was a goddess, I always had a different form for how people noticed me, so.
Fair enough. I do remember you having pink hair.
Mm-hmm. Still, regardless. I mean, even before, it's funny to think about how people started kind of relying on love like that. But it was more for selfish desires, if anything.
Welcome to dealing with most individuals.
Which, it kind of sucks, really. I mean, the more I think about it, the more I kind of wonder, why? Like, why are people so dependent on outside forces to help them get love? Can't they just do it themselves?
It's complex. Whenever you feel like you're hopeless, you look for things to help you.
Tell me about it.
Yeah.
I know that too well.
I've heard it. I've felt it. Trust me, it's even the dead wail and wail about their regrets.
Hmm.
Speaking of which, I don't see any ghosts around here. That's a good thing.
That is a good thing, probably.
Means they haven't killed
I don't.
anybody in this room recently.
Or it
Yeah.
could be an intentional ward. Who knows?
Who knows?
That could also be a thing. Who knows? We'll never know. Unless we ask, but I don't think we want to ask those questions.
You do not ask those questions. When
Still,
dealing with
like,
underground criminal folk, there are just certain questions you do not ask.
still. Well, guess we should do something while we wait.
I mean, there's a giant room here that used to be full of rich people. Want to go see if one of them stashed some booze?
Now you're speaking my language. I could use a drink.
Benny?
Just guards still over there.
Shit, you right.
Man.
It'd be really funny though, honestly.
It would be really funny.
I mean, honestly, if we had, possibly shared with them, maybe they'd look the other way.
Maybe. I mean, I could also just. Well, no, I don't know what they have on them, actually. If I knew what they had on them, then maybe I could determine whether or not spells would work, but I don't want to risk that.
That's probably a good idea.
Mm.
Other than that, we've just been answering questions about each other and things like that. I mean, Benny finally got to talk about how I got to Rockfell.
Yeah, it's
Oh.
fucked up, actually.
Yeah, I don't know how.
I think I think all of us in some way are fucked up.
That's what we were theorizing. It was probably Gala.
Gala's sweet like that.
She is very nice, yes.
Though I will say it's still just. Actually, you wanted to know how I met Gala? You asked that earlier?
I did.
Well, Gala, like me and Pablo, was chosen. The exact reasons from Eclipse seem to be that she was not only protective of her tribe, but also welcoming of other tribes as well, regarding goblins at that.
I do recall her saying such.
She pretty much kept everyone and everything unified within one big tribe, and then at some point, she heard a calling for her, and she ended up in the realm of the divine not too long afterwards.
It sounds so easy.
It's not really. If it were that easy nowadays, I'm sure almost anyone could become a god, depending on how Threadnia sees it. But Eclipse had a reason.
I mean, if enough people potentially think you are one, maybe the gods can't ignore it.
Maybe.
I know it would sure definitely piss Threadnia off if you somehow got a following, despite the fact she stripped you of your power.
I mean, mortals can have followings. People have been popular before the gods existed. I know that for a fact.
You know what I mean. A really big following.
I know. I will say, I still don't really understand why Eclipse chose me. I don't think the reason he gave me is the actual reason.
Are you saying this all-powerful god just picked people at random because it was funny?
I mean, I never understood Eclipse.
Well, it's not like we can ask them questions now.
Yeah. By now he's probably moved on to a different world.
I mean, was there an old way of talking to him? Like a really old ritual?
I don't know. Fucking bring him the cigarettes and milk here so Deadbeat can roll him back.
No. I actually don't know. I never heard of Eclipse at all. There weren't even any gods that we worshipped. It was just us living our lives. And then, well, the Eclipse
Somebody
showed
had to
up.
worship him.
Maybe, but I didn't hear about him at all. Eclipse, when he brought us up, talked about a pantheon, and that he was gathering people to make one. People that they thought would be beneficial in some way.
Hmm.
Eclipse told me that if it ever came down to it, if he had to leave, like if he ever had to leave the world, he would carry a piece of the pantheon with him. But he trusted us, just in case.
Piece of the pantheon.
But again, I don't really think any of us were ready for Thrednia. So
It's just strange how something that he didn't ever create gains so much control.
I
It's strange because if he orchestrated everything else or moved all the pieces for everything else, why would just something random like Thrednia be in control? Why
I
does she suddenly get to be in charge?
that I don't know. I know that she has possession of the Book of Fate, which details everyone's fates, and she pretty much determines whether or not they die. But but as far as I'm aware, before she showed up, that never really happened.
So whose job
There
was
was
it to
still a Book
control
of
fate?
Fate. Like, there was still a Book of Fate, yes, but it didn't belong to her.
There's
I
so
think
many
it belonged.
questions.
It belonged to someone named Zalafazel, the goddess of legends and stories. I can't say someone. I mean, I know who she is. She's just a nerd.
Like she still
Very,
exists, so it's
very
her book.
shy nerd.
Why doesn't she have the book?
I know, just fucking snarking over here. It's like I know she is. She's just a nerd.
Yeah.
Then
But yeah.
then why does she have not like if she made it, why doesn't she have it?
I don't know. I never asked her about it. Thrednia was all sorts of chill for a while, and then one day she just became a bitch.
Maybe she saw something in the book she didn't like.
Maybe. I don't know.
Well, if it controls fate, wouldn't you be curious to check your own?
I suppose.
Maybe she didn't like what she saw.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't understand higher beings and how they think. It's just
Funny enough, when a lot of beings are made after man, or chosen by man, uh, they act a lot like man. Really, they're no different than how you and I or anyone else would act if they were in a position of power, depending on what that power is.
it's interesting.
I suppose.
Well, it's just
Some
like
of
the
us took it.
mantles. You have a book of fate made by somebody else, but they don't own the book, and then somebody else has the book, and now they're in charge. Yet fate in itself is also probably intertwined with everything else.
It's
It's like,
little
whose mantle
complicated.
is it?
Well, I guess in a way, it started with Eclipse, and then it went to Threadnia. The in between on that's a little foggy because it wasn't always in the realm of the divine. But I know that Eclipse, for the most part, had control over how everything was. He never interfered, but if he did, we would know.
Hmm. Questions upon questions. We have to deal with an apocalypse first.
Yep, the end of the world.
You definitely chose a time to be immortal. Oh, come on now. It's not all that bad. You get to save
No, but
the world.
I was gonna
yeah.
say the end of the world isn't all that bad. Is that what you were saying?
Well, it could have been instant.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm kind of glad that that's not the case, honestly. Would have sucked to finally get to set foot on the world and then all of a sudden, boom, it's gone. That would kind of suck, especially if I was in the divine realm.
Exactly. I don't know what the Mage of Darkness is technically planning for all of this.
I don't know either. I
There's suddenly an
bear.
orange tiefling on my screen.
Mm,
Sorry.
no, it's fine. I see it too. Like, if I'm being honest, I barely got to even meet the Mage of Darkness. I saw her once, really only in passing, but well, after we made eye contact, I just didn't want to be down there anymore.
So you're saying she has the ability to make even deities not want to be near her?
Well, no, it's just the place is creepy. Like, ugh, I don't like the heart of the world. I've been there once or twice, but like, it it really is full of things that the world wasn't ready for. Maybe if it had a few more had like time to cook some more, it would be prepared. But the world, I don't think the world was ready for most of the stuff that was down there. Some of
So
it, yes, not
just
all of it.
wait, so it's just unfinished?
Not unfinished. More of, from what I gathered, or from what Eclipse told me, it was for things that aren't exactly that the world just wasn't ready to handle.
Then
Things
why
from,
make it?
well, no, the world was full of all of that sort of stuff. He just put it in one spot.
But if we weren't ready for it, then why not scatter it across time to where then we were ready for it?
He didn't give me the answer to that one.
Oh Lord, is fucking Ink telling the truth? Ugh.
Well, I don't know. He permitted what entered and exited the place, so she just kind of shrugs. I
Yeah,
can
I don't.
tell I can tell you
Thanks.
what I know depending on what questions you ask, but I don't know too much.
I wish there was just a way of contacting them.
I wish so too. But I don't know where he is.
I have various things that I have to focus on anyway that are more non cosmic. One,
That
how to
is
infiltrate the frostbites. Two, which is more recent, what the fuck to give as a gift?
a gift to the frostbites?
No. Someone that would appreciate it way more than they ever would.
Well, it depends on the gift. What you trying to get?
Depends on the
That
person.
whole lightning thing sounded like it would be interesting, but it's they said anybody that slayed the beast would acquire its power. So I think if we were the ones to kill it, we would get the boon.
I mean, a powerful boon like that in our hands could be very useful.
Well, look for a cave and 3 lightning strikes and then a giant creature.
Okay, 3 lightning strikes, giant. Right, you did talk about this.
Yeah. You have to
I would
harvest
need
its heart.
I definitely need to rack my brain around that because I'm not sure whether or not I would have seen it or if Polo talked to me about it or
I'm just
something.
gonna say it right now. I got the information on it. I want the heart.
That's fair. I don't mind if you have the heart. But I'd have to try and figure out what it is. Because I'm not even sure if I know what it is.
The frightening thing is with the whole shadows creeping around the desert, and large creatures themselves getting corrupted. Oh boy. If that thing got corrupted.
I think we probably would know.
I think we would too.
Like, something that big, according to what you're describing, with such a description,
don't know how big it is. I just know that it is very powerful and has an affinity for lightning. And it lives in the desert caves.
Well, we're either going to find it or avoid it. Whichever comes first, I suppose.
Maybe it's a big ass lizard.
Maybe.
It'd be a really big ass lizard.
Yeah, well, I'm just sort of figuring what would be in out in caves in the desert.
Yeah.
Mm.
Could be a big ass bug.
Could be. That could be a
But
dragon.
then again,
True.
Yeah. Then again, bugs don't really have like conventional things, so. But what'd you say?
Yeah, I guess a classified dragon under lizard, sort of.
They are kind of like lizards.
Lizard adjacent.
And they do get large.
Actually, if it's lightning based, that might actually just make sense.
Well, who knows what we'll find out there if we ever decide to go find it.
Yeah, I don't know if we're ready to kill a dragon yet, to be honest.
If we catch one off guard, then maybe, but it's also still.
Yeah, gotta
Every story I've heard, they are very, very perceptive.
I know. Actually, while we're here, I gotta see if they have any fucking bushels of fucking spears I can buy, or something.
You need a ranged option?
Well, yeah, sorta. I mean, I suppose I'm relatively anchored to where my feet and my weapon can reach. So, now to throw spears and javelins and, well, more or less most things. As long as it is thrown, I can fucking throw it. But I don't have a stockpile of them.
You can shoot things with arrows way farther than you can throw things.
Yeah, but I'm not as good with a bow and arrow as I am with,
Do you want me to
other
teach
things.
you?
No, it's not a. I know how to do it. I can shoot a bow and arrow. It's just don't really have the
Although, to be honest, considering the amount of things that we have found in Flargos, perhaps we should all get firearms instead of bows, because I have a feeling that bullets hit harder than arrows.
I don't know. Some folks are pretty good with bow and arrow.
I mean, I was pretty good, yeah, but you know, if you hit the wrong spot, it just bounces off.
I think the same's kind of true for a bullet.
I've never
They go
seen Max
fast, a
have.
little more predictable.
I've never
Yeah, I
seen
know, but
Max's
Max does miss. He's very good at what he does, but
Wait, if they can bounce, does that mean if he got decent, he could purposely bounce it?
maybe.
I mean, I've seen arrow tricks where you know how to bend the arrow and it wiggles through the air just right. I myself don't know how to necessarily fire a bow that well, but
Yeah, I was gonna say that's seems like a real nifty ass trick.
it's mostly how they make the arrows, really. They make them longer than normal and with a specific kind of wood, and yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, I guess that's why I don't use a bow and arrow or a gun, because I know how to use them, but I'm better at using what I know how to do. I can throw a spear. I can throw a spear through a rock if it's thin enough.
Fair.
There.
I've I don't know. I apparently am used to the bow, but sometimes I guess I can use magic. I don't know. A lot of my magic is close up.
It's complicated.
Yeah.
It sure sounds like it, honestly.
I mean, I can shock people, I can hit things and then fire jumps, and then sometimes the ghosts that wail at people, it's strange.
Well, that's just how magic is. Strange.
Yep.
Oh man. All this talk with these guys and whatnot, making me.
Yeah, that's fair. Honestly, I don't think if Ink's gonna get himself killed for saying something stupid, there ain't nothing we can do about it.
Honestly, Ink is probably going to start delving in their minds, and then, well,
No, I think he has the common. Well, I'm not gonna say he has the common sense. I think he has had the warning enough not to do that right now. So, but also, if he's gonna do something stupid, he's gonna do something stupid. So, or they're gonna do something stupid.
did you see the dent in the floor?
I did notice that, yes.
Yeah, something tells me that was from an arcane blast.
It was from the one that I think was smoking.
I thought it was from the purple one.
There's
Yeah,
what
that's the one that was smoking. Or I
what
guess there's two
stupid-
purple.
There's two
There's two
purple
sort of
ones.
purple ones, aren't there?
Yes.
What stupid shit did you all do?
We've just been talking.
We've just been
Piper is
chatting.
more. Piper is a darker. Well, actually, no, is a lighter purple than violet.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they're both
Yeah,
purple.
They're both purple.
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 Ink comes back out lazily with a cigarette in their mouth.
So how'd it go?
Eh.
You get what you
So
wanted.
yeah, and with that, that concludes the session. This heavy RP session. Now you guys could go ahead and either return back to the Emerald, or you could go ahead and enjoy the festivities with the rest of the public that were able to get through to the 3rd level.
It's
Oh,
time
we're
to
gonna party with the rich people.
I think a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B, a little bit of partying, and then going back because we gotta wake up at some point in the morning.
Yeah.
We gotta,
Gotcha.
we gotta kill
And also,
people.
they're not just rich people. They are just regular citizens, but they only have access to the outermost courtyard.
I thought we
Did
were
this used to
dealing
be
with
a?
like the nobles or like the upper class.
No,
Did this?
they do have like so like the smaller courthouse is where the family does have their party, but then like because it's like a public event and but they didn't announce what purposes it for, they do have a select number of public individuals that they invited in order to like, just make a positive image.
Ah, fair
So
enough.
I gotta ask this. It has a courthouse. Was this like a city hall?
No, this third level is just more about like their private level. So this is more so like
Did they?
where the nobles live. Like
Did they?
specifically this family and any noble that has a claim uh and whatchamacallit any sort of noble that has claim on land in this third level. Like majority of the nobles live in down in the lower level on the first floor, but then those who are just lucky enough to grab a piece of land up here, you know, have the luxury of separating themselves from the rest.
Noble boarding house?
I don't have any raid targets right now.
I'm.
How'd
You
they go
know
for
what?
you? And that's the session.
Cap Capricorn.
Let me
Have you
see who
played
to raid.
Oh, there goes
Cap
Neko.
Capricorn? Are you actually a Capricorn?
Yes.
Are you a goat? Are you a goat with a fishtail?
I'm gonna deafen
Oh,
real quick
mermaid.
before this goes off any wilder than it has.
I mean, the goats with the fishtails.
I hope you all enjoyed the session today, guys. I know we ran a little longer than what we normally do, but we did also start a little later. So therefore, I feel like it, evened out. I'm gonna see who we are going to say hello to. I want to see if there's anybody on that we haven't seen in quite a while. We haven't seen said hello to Vertaki in quite a while. They're playing, it looks like, oh, they're playing hardcore World of Warcraft. So let's go see what they're up to. Thank you all who came to watch. I appreciate you. You're all awesome. Stay awesome. And of course, until next time we meet, bye bye.